Sean, hast du zugehört? Ah, mein Kollege hat sein Mikro verlegt.
Ja, sehr gute Nachrichten. Die rote Flagge fürs erste Heat heute geht hoch in roundabout 15 Minutes, würde ich sagen.
Genau, etwas weniger als 15 Minuten, dann steigen wir also ein in die Disziplin Wave Fighting Damen. Wellen sehen auch gar nicht so übel aus. Es ist nicht besonders windig und darauf hat die Wettkampfleitung auch reagiert. Gezielt werden ausschließlich Wellenritte und keine Sprünge. Und die Heatdauer, die ist relativ lang, um nicht zu sagen sehr lang, für Sylter Verhältnisse. 18 Minuten jeweils die Zeit für die Damen, ihre Wellenritte zu zeigen. Und in die Wertung gehen 2 Wellenritte. Und da sind wir gespannt, wie das Ganze ausschauen wird. Wenn wir mal hier aufs Wasser gucken, da sind ja einige der Damen und der Herren schon auf dem Wasser. Und da sind tatsächlich relativ ordentlich windkräftige Wellen. Momentan Windrichtung Süd, sogar wirklich Tick Südost drin. Das ist also Sideshore bis hin zu ganz bisschen Cross-Offshore. Also eigentlich sehr, sehr schön, wenn auch herausfordernde Bedingungen. Und der Start also in knapp 15 Minuten.
We are on. Yes, you heard that right. We are kicking off with women's wave. They're doing the official warm-up at the moment. I did say women's wave. It's a smaller fleet. The window we've got is pretty small, and they're maybe a little bit confident they could finish the women, so it would be an actual result. If they start the men, they might get halfway through. So that is the plan at the moment. But I think what we need to do is we need to show you a little bit of a small highlights from yesterday, because we had some amazing racing. There was talk of maybe doing some racing this morning, but it is focus on the wave. So we're going to have the highlights from yesterday, and then we're going to be coming straight back, and we're going to be hopefully showing you some wave action. Day 6, we are on. Racing is the call. The beach is packed, the sun is up. I'll tell you what, it's going to be some exciting racing. Amado Vrieswijk jibes in first. Second place, Matteo Iachino. Then we've got Goya. There's a mistake from Amado Vrieswijk. Oh my God.
now leading going into the last few days. How does that feel?
Feels good. I mean, if you look at my results, it's the first, I think 3/3 and a 4th, which is pretty consistent, all of them in the top 5. Managed to clear the 2 bad results, and we have a few more days to go, and I think for sure we'll have some more racing, so it's all about keeping the momentum now, stay consistent, and fight in the finals.
He needed 3 good races today to get the second discard, and he crosses the line. Oh, or does he? That's a little moment, but crosses the line, gets the second discard. He's now leading this event. So there you go. That is it for the racing today. Amado Vrieswijk smashed the last final. The second discard kicks in, and he is now leading Sylt 2023. He won it last year too. The signs are there. Great result and consistent racing from Matteo Iachino today. He moves up into 2nd place overall, and Goya is still there in 3rd. I think there's 2 points separating the first 3 riders. Then there's a little gap. We've got Johan So sitting in 4th place, and then I think 5th to something like 9th. There is 1 point separating all the riders. It is so close. But that is it for the racing today. When will we get the next race in? You will have to stay tuned to the live stream. They have just told us we're still on hold for waves. The waves are picking up, but is the wind enough? Let's see. Yeah, so there you go. That was the racing yesterday. Some epic stuff. I'm sure we're going to be seeing more from the racers, maybe, though, on the last day. At the moment, we are going into a women's wave. Start time officially is in 5 minutes, so we are pretty close. The wind has increased pretty dramatically in the last half an hour. The waves are starting to pick up. We've seen Leon Jammer out there getting some hits, so there is conditions to get things going. But before we start, we're going to play you a few adverts, you know, messages from sponsors. That is why this thing is all happening. These guys are supporting this event, so yeah, let's see what you fancy buying after watching these adverts.
Irgendwo da draußen ist er, der perfekte Urlaub, wo die Zeit stillsteht und man glücklich ist und man spürt, dass immer jemand für dich da ist. Lass dich treiben. Komm mit.
Schauinslandreisen.
Urlaub in besten Händen.
Got to be. Gemeinsam für euch. Ultra starker Halt. Den ganzen Tag. Für matte Looks. Auf jeder Welle. Sofortiges Volumen im Handumdrehen. Got to be. For whoever you want to be.
Heineken celebrates 150 years of the perfect serve. It should be served in its purest form.
More ice?
Quality brew with malt hops and water for a crisp taste that needs nothing else.
Can I get some limes, por favor?
Pour at 45-degree angle and sculpt to perfection.
Sparen war gestern. Jetzt einfach anlegen mit Smarvesto. Die digitale Vermögensverwaltung mit künstlicher Intelligenz. Smarvesto analysiert täglich die Märkte der ETFs und ETCs und optimiert Ihre Geldanlage. Jetzt einfach anlegen auf smarvesto.de.
Tja, unser Buddy hatte eine OP vor 2 Wochen. Da ging's ihm ganz schön schlecht. Zum Glück hat die Hanse Merkur die Tierklinik bezahlt. Und jetzt sind alle wieder glücklich.
Eine Leistung unserer Tierversicherung. Hand in Hand ist Hanse Merkur. Ausgezeichnet von Stiftung Warentest.
Volkswagen.
Escaping reality and reconnecting with yourself. Adventure awaits.
So there we go. That is what we have got. We have got Women's Wave coming up in, what, a couple of minutes' time. And I'm joined in the booth by the current, well, I say current, that might not be true, but current world champion in slalom and tour leader coming into this event, Maciek Rakowski. Obviously does a bit of wave as well. You've actually been getting on the wave board recently, haven't you?
Yeah, I did a session here. It's very similar conditions, actually. Like,
is that working? I don't even know. Maybe you can hear him.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I'm shining.
Yeah, we good. Apparently it's working fine. Yeah. But yeah, you had a good couple of sessions?
Yeah, it was, you know, it's always fun here because the wave has a little bit of punch, and as long as the winds, you know, if you can fill up your 5.3, it's fun. And then that's what is happening here. There's some puffs that actually, you know, that they look pretty good.
Yeah.
And then there's some holes in between that it's probably hard, and you can see them kind of bogging around on the wave. So
yeah, I saw who did I see out there? Leon before. I saw him get a couple of good hits.
Frontside air,
yeah,
360.
There's definitely something to be had. So we're going to see what we, you know, until they start. Just heard the hooter.
On.
Yeah, just heard the hooter. So red flag must
take
be
us
up.
off the screen.
Yeah, for the first heat. Let's have a look what we've got out to see. What wave sailors we have got. Who is in this first heat? There is some lines, and the lines have definitely got better. That's for sure. Obviously it's a bit of a change from what we've already seen the last few days, which has been slalom, which has been pretty intense.
It's fun.
So Maciek's been out there, and I think there's like 2 points separating 5th from 9th, and then there's like 4th is a 1 point ahead, and then a couple of points ahead of that is the top 3. It's super close.
Open.
13 years old.
Sold the Greek. Yeah, she was ripping. Like, I saw her do a turn. I was like, yeah, sick, you know, like really, yeah. Future of the sport for sure.
Yeah, I mean, she's been to Fiji this year. She's been to Peru. Her mom is an ex-PBA sailor. She's been to Fiji. She used to do Olympic stuff. So, you know, she's got it in the family. And, you know, Sol's getting a really early sort of look at all this. You know, 13 years old to have already sailed Cloudbreak, to go to Pacas Mayo. She's obviously been in Pozo ripping it up. She's now here in Sylt. That's a full-on
yeah,
year.
She's a bit of a wave rider too, like understands waves and stuff. So, yeah. But I think we have an all-German battle, right, in the first heat.
Good point. Let's have a look at the
Caro Weber, the veteran.
Yeah, first heat of the day, we'll see Bode versus Weber.
Yeah. So Bode, the S2 Maui sailor, yeah, which we see with the S2 Maui and the Goya board here on the left of your screen, and then Caro Weber being in position to pick her waves. It's gonna be a bit of a tactical game, and you know, the conditions are quite marginal. I think wave selection will be really important. Like, you know, you can get shut out here, like shut down, like, you know, after one turn, or maybe you get an open one, maybe you can do 2 or 3, you know. So
18-minute heat.
Yeah.
So good bit of time, lot of time, 2 waves, no jumps. So it's about finding that peak, but it is going to be about smacking the hell out of it. It isn't going to be about little sort of, you know, turns.
Yeah, that first check turn would, you know, put maybe half a point.
Yeah, just like a little setup and then a big old smack. That's what the judges are going to want to see, a big smack. You've got 18 minutes, so, you know.
Yeah, Bode's on a good one, I think.
Look at that thing. They are getting okay
a little
now.
early, but yeah, they want to put... you see that little crease in the wave?
Yeah, just a little bit further down. She was looking really good there. Just maybe went a bit early, but a good, safer wave ride just to get something on the board.
Yeah, let's see how they score that. Sometimes I feel like in the women's, like they kind of score. You know, if there's men's interlacing with the women's, then they kind of score, and the women's waves are really close together. Then. You know, let's hope that the scale is going to be a little bit more open. Yeah,
you want about the scale?
Yeah, the 362 for that wave, I think that indicates what I just said, that they're going to open up the scale a little bit to, you know, to not necessarily like, you know, have a men's type of wave for a 10.
Yes.
You know,
No, but I think that's definitely fair enough. And usually the first couple of waves of the heat set the scale, and then we kind of know what we're dealing with. So already we've got some benchmarks. You know, we've seen Weber's wave scoring 175 and Boda's wave scoring 362.
Which was like 3 check turns basically. Yeah. Oh, that's a nice turn. Yeah. Continues down the line.
This is not bad. It's opening up,
good,
and she's going to get a hit on the final section. And that's the problem with Sylt. It goes a bit light on that inside, and that was a non-completed turn at the end. So, but the difference between completing that turn and getting it is quite a bit, isn't it? With the wave counting.
Yeah,
but good
there's
start.
A lot of current. There's a lot of current on the inside, even when it's like light like this. There's quite a bit of current, and it really like hinders that last turn a lot, you know. So, yeah, let's see what they bring. But they're moving around, and yeah, looks like a good call, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, this is our chance, or this is the only real chance this week to do the waves. Obviously, they chose to do freestyle the other day, which, you know, I think was the best call for the day. We had some epic freestyle with waves, and then now these next 2 days seem to be the best chance. The problem is today, the wind is meant to, well, the rain's coming, and it's going to swing onshore, and we don't know if that's going to be good for this or bad. In theory, it's bad, because usually it needs to get quite windy. So there's a very small window to probably get this in, and that is why they're chosen to run the women's fleet. It's not because the women, you know, are going out in worse conditions. It's because they've got a lot smaller fleet and they can get a result.
I just want to point out this non-planing foot strap technique.
That's impressive, actually.
Yeah, like, well, I need a snorkel to do that, I think. But
488 coming in for that last wave from Weber.
Yeah, I think that's.
Yeah,
that's
good
right,
first
right?
turn.
Yeah, the 2
good
turns
speeds,
were good.
and then
yeah,
last turn uncompleted, but still a decent looking wave. So at the moment, Weber is leading man-on-man heats. And again, 18 minutes seems like a long time, but when you're out there and it's this light, it goes pretty fast on the water. You know, maybe watching. Obviously, it is still 18 minutes. Time doesn't speed up, but it does feel like that sometimes when you're in a heat. You're like, that was a fast 18 minutes.
Yeah, especially when you need to get up. There's a bit of current, you know, get upwind. You don't know whether you're going to plane on the outside. So if you try to plane and you bear off, you actually end up in the same place. And yeah, I think I've competed here in exactly the same, like 10 years ago now. And yeah, like 5-6 marginal, you know, big boards, and yeah, it goes fast, as you say. It definitely goes quick.
No jumps to count, said Billy. Yeah, the wind has been quite light, and what they don't want to do is get it down to luck who gets the good gusts. So at the moment, the waves are still pretty fun. They want to cut the concentration on the wave sailing. I mean, it is called wave sailing. So the emphasis in the old days used to be really on the waves. You know, you'd usually have the waves times by 3, and sometimes the jumps only times by 2 to give more power to the waves. And
yeah, and we still have that. We still have that rule, right? That in case of a draw.
This could be a wedge. Oh, I just couldn't get down it, but you could see that was doubling up.
Get out of there.
Would have been a yeah. That's the time when you've got to cut your losses. Know you've missed it. Get straight back out there.
Yeah, crowds gathering. It's such a great experience, you know. Here, always you come out of the final or come out of any heat, and there's, you know, there can be thousands of people there on the beach waiting, applauding. You know, it's a great vibe here in Sylt for sure.
Yeah, there's a few people asking, Maciek, what's the plan today? Saying good luck to you. Obviously, in the competition, it's super tight at the moment. I mean, the racing has been so exciting. I think even if you don't follow racing and you've managed to watch some of it, you could easily get hooked in. I would love to know in the comments if that has happened to you. If you're maybe not a racing fan, but you've tuned in maybe to see if the waves are on or the freestyle, and then you've ended up watching the racing and gone, hang on a minute, this stuff is pretty good, because I would have to say it's been epic this week. And you know, it's so good to get the waves finally started now, but we've had action from all disciplines, I guess, so far.
Yeah,
wave is always the tricky one to get.
Yeah, but Sylt somehow, like one way or the other, always delivers, doesn't it? It's like 10 days, and you'd think like we can get, you know, no low pressure for 10 days in this part of Europe easily, but then all of a sudden, like something always pops up. So can be marginal like it is now, but you know, we always get something. So it's cool. Yeah, racing's been fun with the waves. I mean, I haven't had my best performance, not even close to it, but hanging in there. So hoping for more racing for sure.
That's a good sign, though. If you haven't had your best performance and you're what, sitting in 7th or something like this, 8th.
I don't even look.
Yeah,
I just know it's super
but
tight.
but it's still so close in the whole thing. You know, I think everyone here has had up and down races. That's for sure. Some people's their own fault, some people not. You know, that's the good thing with wave. It's totally in your control, within reason. You know, you're not expecting to get taken out by someone in wave sailing, although I guess it can happen. So at the moment, Weber is leading. Bode
just has that one wave. How's that shot?
Yeah.
She must maybe feel intimidated a little bit by that drone. I tell you, like, sometimes you're leading a heat and you have the drone like a meter away from you, and like the first few times it happened, I was sure I'm gonna crash into it. Sure. So really good drone work from the boys. Really appreciate
it. Does make you feel way closer. Like you can see the expression. You know, it's quite intense. Gives it a whole new dimension. There we go. She looks like she's found something that she's happy with. Gonna give it a go. Sylt is not easy to read.
No,
you know.
Not at all. You can see like the wave is doubling up, and whether or not it's gonna actually, yeah.
What's great about the drone angle there, we're seeing what they're seeing a little bit easier because we're a bit higher, but it's still that angle where it doesn't look as clear. From the beach sometimes, maybe you can see it better. Or, you know,
look how much curve there is in that wave that Caro is on right now.
So it's going to be difficult.
If this turns towards her, if this like wraps around the reef.
Yeah. So far though, she's doing what she can with what she's got, and she's looking in control of this heat right now, but it wouldn't take a lot to spin it round. As you know, another similar wave as her first wave for Bode would put her in the lead. You know, she'd be on just over 7 points if she could find a similar wave to her first one. So, you know, 9 minutes 20 gone, nearly halfway through the heat, and there's still all to play for.
Really hot here in the booth.
It is hot, I tell you. The lights, I don't know if there's some heat coming out these lights. We had someone saying I prefer wave, but till now racing was the most spectacular to watch. Hard work for the girls. It's like wins, but you know, personally, just from a personal point of view, I would love to be competing in these conditions. That's my, you know, I actually like these conditions. You know, some people like different conditions. Some people like full power jumping. I actually like this. It's quite tactical. You got to find exactly the right wave to get the right out of it.
This looks like a good wave. Maybe a little bit small. That's the thing with the drone. You don't really see the size. You see the kind of positioning and stuff. Yeah, that's a tiny wave. So that's not gonna score massively, but we'll get her out of combination, I guess.
Yeah, I think the best tactic would be for her to wait. Just needs to wait for the right moment. You know, it's very easy to think it's not coming, and then you take a little small one, and then the big one comes when you're going out. So you know, Sylt with 18 minutes, 2 waves, she's already got a decent wave. You know, it is pretty decent wave. 3.5 points. You got to wait for that 4-point wave now, 5-point wave.
Like the one that just passed.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's the thing. You got to find out that position. Like line yourself up on the beach. There will be a part of the beach which is breaking better. You need some speed to come into that section. So that's the most difficult thing. We saw before where she was on the wave, but she couldn't find the speed for the section. Carol just given a bit of a wave there. But the trick is with Sylt is to find the wave to give you the speed to get into it, and then you hit that section. But it's very difficult to hit the section without speed here in Sylt because there's so much power behind the wave and not much wind on the inside. So there's a lot going on, and it's probably more tactical and a lot more thought goes into it than people think.
Yeah, it's way more. I think it's way more refined than what it looks like, you know, just catching a wave and doing some turns. Although sometimes it can be the best tactic, you know, you might overthink it as well and try to find a pattern the pattern is not really there because every wave is so different. But yeah, I think we'll see throughout the day what's going on. You know, it also changes with the tide quite a bit. Now it's the pushing tide. I think it should sort of get better and more powerful. Whether that's better or not, time will tell. But
yeah, you
should probably get more, more throwy, more punchy, more powerful.
We got Paolo saying, "Come on, it's not serious to do waves women competition in these poor conditions." You know what? Honestly, if you see it, maybe from the drone, it looks smaller. You know, I'm not saying it's big. That's not what I'm saying. But there is waves out there to hit. You really got to bide your time. It's 18 minutes. It's a tactical battle. Obviously, this isn't the best conditions you're going to see in the world of windsurfing today, but that's not what competition about. Competition is about proving you can do better than your competitor in the allotted time in the set conditions. Yes, there's minimum conditions, but if there are conditions to hit, the judges will be looking at it all the time. If it's not good enough, they'll cancel the heat. So they are looking at it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, when we switch to four women heats, it'll look a lot better straight away. There's just going to be action left, right, and center, you know. So
we had the warm up before. I mean, we had the warm up before. Leon Jammer, you know, a couple of the other guys were getting some really decent hits.
Yeah, Lena Arpenstein, Sol Degree.
Yeah,
the girls were out there as well and looked solid, you know. Yeah, sometimes the beach camera can also be fun to see the size. The drone's great for like positioning and seeing the lines and stuff. So yeah, but you know, they're moving around and there's waves, so I think.
You mean not every condition can be Fiji? You know, like, you know, certain conditions, certain places in the world, you can have wave sailing. I mean, I've done the British tour for years and years, and some of the conditions we compete in was small, but you know, as long as you can tell the winner and well, there we go. Look at this wave. There you go. That is looking decent, and that's quite a way out.
Let's see what this does, because it's far out.
Yeah, it might run away from her.
Yeah, and it might just run downwind.
Yeah, it's depending where you go here. Yeah, she's already pulled off it, but that just goes to show there's swell around, and maybe they need to go further up the beach a little bit and come down into that type of wave.
So body now went way further up the beach, and let's see if that. Because as you say, to generate speed, you kind of need to take it from the wave. You can't really count on the wind to do it. And then when I was standing and watching, the bit like just before the rocks looked the best.
Yeah, it's right on the rocks. See, look at this section upside. This is where we've got, it's a positioning thing. Here we go.
Oh yeah, and this is
just a bit downwind of the peak.
Exactly. It's a really open one, but that was a decent turn. Let's see what she follows up with. Yeah.
It's so easy when you're on the camera, but yeah, in the end 3 turns, but she was a little bit downwind of the peak, and it's a bit like Tenerife. You've got to be coming down into that first section, and again, the more times you sail in Sylt, the more competition experience it's, but it isn't easy. It's much easier from here in the commentary booth, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, if I had these conditions at home, I'd probably go wave sailing.
I'd be out there.
You know,
I'd be out there.
I'm not joking. I'm like, I genuinely enjoy.
You mentioned the day that they were doing freestyle. It was way lighter than now. Like, you could plane maybe 1 times out of 10 runs, you know? So definitely lighter. Whether the waves were better or not, this is kind of hard to tell. They were definitely smaller. So I think we're doing good here.
What size are they on? What, 4.7s?
They're probably on 4.7s, 5.0s. I seen Sarakita borrowed a 5.2 off of Robbie Swift, 5.3.
Okay.
She has her biggest is a 5.0. Yeah, a lot of the guys. I think Leon was on a 5.6.
Oh really?
Yeah. So.
But that's
So Jules Danel rigging his 5.6 for the first time. So yeah. Whoa, she's far out. Yeah.
Wow, so 2 minutes to go. That is a long way out, isn't it?
Yeah. She didn't want to. That's the thing. She didn't want to run the beach because that gets you gassed.
Yeah.
So she planed, and now she's gonna make way upwind.
She's going to have to take what she gets. That's the problem. But it's a good tack. She needs to be upwind. Like, to get that good hit, I think you need to be coming from quite an upwind position. And here we go. Boda's going to get probably another go here. 1 minute 44 on the clock. Positioning is everything.
She's pretty far out as well. No, where is she? I know she's
She
not.
needs to find a decent wave here, though, because...
Needs to be... Yeah, now, go.
Weber is still leading.
That's...
Oh, gets back in. Well, 1 minute 20 to go. What will that score?
Those X's that you see right there on the beach are the rocks. So she was basically riding.
She was literally riding the reef.
Yeah.
Is she done? It looked like she was...
No, she's...
Minute and 5 seconds to go. Weber's not made that much ground up wind, if you look. I was expecting it to be coming in quite high up from the judges tab, but she's actually...
Yeah, because if you're barely planing, you know, you're not really, unless you're on a wave, you're not really making that.
Now she has to almost take what she's got, although that looks like it's going to build up.
Tasty.
Yeah, she could get a downwind peak here, depending how this turns out.
Oh, it's broken up, isn't it?
It's all messed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wave is doubling.
So imagine if we're sitting here and we're having a hard time from the drone.
Yeah, we need to see.
Judging.
We need to see from the beach angle. Because it is harder to look at it from the drone, isn't it?
You think? I think you see more. You see the lines. You see how the direction and how they're broken up and stuff.
I'm struggling because I can't see downwind. Because you need to see where you're going.
Yeah.
This could be the finishing wave. Oh, there we go.
It stands up. Hit it. There you go.
I think it's over. I think Weber's got that clinched now. She was already leading. Oh, she wasn't. Boda actually went into the lead with that last wave. 5.25. Hang on a minute. Things have just tightened up, and this is a good-looking wave. Oh, gets back in.
It's timed out a little bit.
I tell you what, this is not easy to call now. What are you calling? There's been a change at the end of this heat. Boda's leading 8.87.
I think Weber's last wave was better than Boda's last wave. But really hard to call between Boda's best wave and Carl Weber's. Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll wait for some scores to drop, but we could see some changes around here.
She needs like a 3.5. I think she'll get a 3.5. But then...
No, more than that. Needs a 4.4. Needs a 4-point wave.
No, 488. Yeah, 4-point wave. Yeah.
Weber needs a 4-point wave. I'm not sure that she's going to get a 4-point wave looking at that score. It says 2.38.
Is that the last score already?
I think it might well be. I think it might well be. That 5.25 from Boda, I think... Was that this wave? Well, okay.
Oh, I think this is one of the early waves. Yeah, this is one of the early waves.
I'll be honest, just sitting here in the commentary, it's the first time I've really judged from the drone. Because the viewpoint changes, you know, like this wave could look way different from the beach. This is the wave that did it, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, this
and that looked, yeah, exactly. So
I think what they want to see is lip contact, and this had an actual hit, probably the only hit.
And we were buzzing around with the drone, so you don't get that fixed look that we saw from the first wave. So difficult to put them head to head. But there we go.
Are the drone boys hearing us?
I think that's her first.
Because maybe we can just like try to like
stay inside, have a look.
Turn around less. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it looks like Boda's just caused an upset there, because that is an upset. I think her first wave move as Erpenstein
starts the next heat with a bang.
I think she's got to be top tipped, I would say, here. I think she's one of the contenders for a win here in Sylt. Obviously, Germany, you know, Germans sailed here a lot before, and she's got a hell of a smack on her, Lena Erpenstein. And I think it's official. Boda does get through to the next round. Weber is going to be upset with that one. That's a big result.
Yeah. So Erpenstein is going against Maria Behrens, a fellow German.
4.88 for her first wave. Oh, and a nice little smack there.
Scored down. I thought that was the best wave of the day, but I guess...
Look at these waves are going down.
Yeah.
Lena with a good turn on the first one. I think it might be easier for the drone boys. With 4 guys on the water, we need to kind of take a step back so we can see all the waves, because there's a lot of action going on.
yeah, Justina had a wave as well. She's going against Bank Vitrup from Denmark.
Yeah, that's going to be our angle. I think this type of angle here where we can kind of see what's going on, because they're not going to do any jumps on the way out. It's all going to be about wave riding. So this type of angle for me, I think, is where we need to be having a look at, because 4 riders on the water, a lot happening.
Yeah. Can we have the other score on the other
scorecard? Well, it kind of refreshes itself. It switches around. So Behrens against Erpenstein. Erpenstein 4.88 at the moment. On the other side of the draw, Schnadi 3.62 against 2 points for Lena Windrup. Here we go. This is Behrens, is it? In Germany. Oh, nice. Look at this bowl.
This is Vitrup. I know, this is Behrens.
Wow. That was a hell of a turn.
She just mistimed that last one. You could see all her face expression.
Yeah.
Like,
that's a good wave.
That's, yeah.
I think the judges are going to like that. That big first turn. Wow. That's the way to kick off the heat.
It's not going to be easy for Lena Erpenstein. Yeah.
Oh, lovely as well from Windrup. Smaller wave, but good style on that turn. I think she's just been over in Peru, so she's been getting plenty of port tack down the line practice. Wind's picking up.
Yeah, Maria looks powered, doesn't she?
Yeah.
And that helps, right? Wind in the sail in these conditions, it can really get you places. Justina just pumping into something that looks good, but let's see. Nice tight bottom turn, but yeah, that's just gonna run out. Yeah. And Lena,
bam, little aerial almost. I think the fins are clear, I'd be claiming.
Yeah, little floaty floater slash.
This is a tough side of the draw. Behrens against Erpenstein. We know Erpenstein, tough competitor, but Behrens, and wait for that score to drop in. Not dropped in yet.
Some coaching from
is it Dieter van der Eycken?
Dieter van der Eycken, yeah. Where to
there
go.
We go. Behrens getting a 5.5 and a 5. She's already on 10.5 points. Erpenstein 4.88. We're waiting for that last kind of aerial to drop in. This is a really tight heat, isn't it? Really.
That's like
waves. And that just goes to show, we had that comment before saying we're wave sailing this, but there is waves to be hit out there. I think, like I say, I think that maybe the drone angle from before didn't quite show exactly what it looks like, because there are some little nuggets coming through.
Yeah, and what is interesting here to me is like the draw is taken from the ranking, but different conditions have different specialists, and like Maria Behrens, obviously shines in these conditions,
Yeah.
And yeah, so it's like where you'd say Justina is probably,
I tell you what, she is absolutely
ripping.
Man, I tell you what, she's impressing me right now. I didn't expect to see this from Behrens, no disrespect, but wow, she is turning it on. The Germans in Sylt really do just step up a level. I tell you what, Erpenstein's in a bit of trouble here. Her last wave just came in at a 3.5, and Behrens just put that down. Oh,
another good hit.
Yeah,
from
another
Lena,
good
though.
hit. This is close. This is already getting exciting. We've only had 6 minutes or 5.5 minutes of the heat, and I would say Lena Erpenstein is in trouble right now. A 7 drops for Behrens. That's the biggest wave score we've seen. That first hit doing all the damage, loads of spray, loads of perfect timing, just getting the board straight up and then getting turns after it. I mean, that side of the draw is demolishing the other side of the draw.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. It's man-on-man heats. There's 4 women, well, woman-on-woman heats and 4 women on the water, but it's Justina Schnadi going against Lena Windrup and Lena Erpenstein going against Maria Behrens. But 5.75 dropping for Lena Erpenstein's last wave, but it's not even close to being enough. She now needs a 7-point wave. Lena Erpenstein is in a bit of trouble here. Obviously, still lots of time to go, but Lena is going to need to find something decent.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past her.
Schnatty's just gone into the lead on the other side of the draw, dropping a 4-1.
Yeah, she had a really nice wave. Yeah, saw that on the drone angle. Wouldn't put it past Lena, of course, but yeah, Maria definitely impressing on those first few waves, just coming out of the gate smoking. You know, she's been doing a bunch of different waterman activities, maybe, you know.
Yeah, for me that's the best I've seen her sail. Like, you know, in a heat that we've seen.
She's on another one.
She is just finding everything, isn't she? She looks like she's in tune. I mean, you know, and sometimes your conditions, like I said earlier, I love these type of conditions. Obviously, Maria does too, but look at this. Lena Erpenstein trying to get back into this. Needs a 7-point wave to take the lead pretty much. That's not going to be it. From what we saw from Maria, what that 7-point wave looks like, it's not that. Good turn from Shadi.
Yeah, that turn alone from Justina might have been, you know, a 4 or 5 pointer. So let's see. Really interesting to see where the scores are going to come at. And, you know, because actually Maria's best turn was almost like an open face turn with loads of spray and stuff. So
here we go. Lena Windrup from Denmark.
Lining up something good. Little late, but
just quite on it. That's just a fraction of being absolutely perfect, and that's what it comes down to here in Sylt. Not an easy place to sail. Let's have a look at the comments. Are we wave sailing? Yes, we are. We are wave sailing. What else have we got? Whoa, those drone angles are good. Need to get these guys to the other wave events. Yeah. Who would you put your money on? It's a difficult heat, this. I'm going to say, before this heat, Lena Erpenstein, I almost had her for winning this competition.
I saw her in the warm-up. She was ripping, but then Maria just comes out and rips even harder.
Yeah,
so.
she has really opened up this heat and maybe shocking a few people here because, you know, she has had a really good start to this heat, and Erpenstein needs to find the waves to be able to give her the score.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just about being able to do it. You've got to find the waves to give you the sort of platform to do it on. Someone says you guys should make a competition for the commentators. Who is the better wave sailor, Ben or Maciek?
Well, I appreciate you putting me even in the same league as Ben, but I think that's foregone conclusion.
I would like to think I could beat him at wave sailing, and I would definitely think he would beat me at slalom. So we never know, getting old these days. Maciek's got a few moves up his sleeve. Lena Erpenstein needs a 7-point wave. There's no half measures now. Really needs... Oh.
That's...
Good hit. Good hit.
Oh, she needed to continue though.
She's going to get the white water, but she needs those 2 clean hits. You can see she's upset. She knows. I think she knows. I mean, she's got Dieter on the beach. I'm sure he's telling her.
Of course, yeah.
And then you start to get a bit stressy. That 18 minutes starts to go very fast right now. Still 8 minutes to go, which is a long time, but that could only be 2 waves, you know, in terms of Sylt. Getting out, waiting for the wave and hitting it.
She did make her backup better. She's only like 0.6 behind now, so you know, I don't think she needs 7 points anymore.
No, it's probably changed actually. Oh, she's had a 6.25. They like that big first hit.
Yeah.
So the 6.25 does change things because now she needs an extra 62. She needs another 6.25.
Maria
is not finished, is she?
Again. And another long wave. She just found the 4th turn.
She's just finding running waves. I mean, whoever said this isn't good Sylt conditions, this, I can tell you now, looks fun. That the girls are finding some great waves down here. The wind is more, you know, side shore. Oh, there's a bit of change getting run up the beach maybe by Dieter. Has he got some money invested in this? He is.
No,
well, it could be the boyfriend.
That's Maria. That's Maria and somebody that I can't recognize on the small
but they
screen
are keen.
Is running up her gear. Yeah.
That is one of the most knackering things you can do. It's not a long run, but in the heat of the heat, let's say, the adrenaline is flowing. It is a lactic acid. You are heavy after this run. your legs. But someone is going for it. That is a great run. Good to have friends like that.
Definitely.
Oh, that was a lovely front side. Could that put her into the 6s? I mean, big front sides have been scoring.
Only one though.
Yeah, but the last big one was a 6-ish. She needs a 6.25, I think. Well, she needs a 6.37 or something like that to take the lead. Well, 12 onto that.
Yeah, she needs a
6.37.
6.35. 6.35, because she needs to improve by 0.6. 6.37, yeah, to tie.
To tie, exactly. Well, it's all on here. 6 minutes to go. We've got Sylt, we've got cross shore, we got pretty much down the line, and we've got some nice little nuggets coming in. I would say this is pretty good Sylt conditions right now. These girls are not in the heat. All the action is on the right-hand side, guys. We don't want to confuse the girls tuning up for the next heat. That is Lena on the inside there. She's in the heat on the blue sail. But yeah, there's the rest of the competitors. Lena heading out.
Yeah, Lena Erpenstein waiting.
Erpenstein's last wave coming in at 5.5.
So basically she needed that big turn and then she needed another one.
Yeah, another turn. It's a 2-turn wave, and the first turn or the second turn needs to be big. And that's, you know, that Maria doesn't up her score.
Maria, I think, just let go of a pretty decent looking wave. Let's see, maybe she...
And this is when you don't want to get too frantic. It's a difficult decision to make right now, is whether you go or whether you wait for the next one.
Yeah, the one behind looked maybe better.
Yeah, you've got 4 riders on the water as well. So you want to be in position, because if they're in position, that you're not going to be able to take the wave you want to take anyway. So there's a lot going on right now. On the other side of the draw, we've got to update you. Justina Schneider is still leading. 5.25, just dropped to 4.88. Very consistent. Lena Windrop is needing to find something quite big, because both of her scores are lower than Justina Schneider's scores. So she will need nearly a 7, well, pretty much a 7-point wave, high 6s. So Lena's looking for a big wave, and Maria is just taking that wave. Look at this thing from Maria. Could she up a score? Oh, she's gone high.
Lena is on the one behind.
Oh, and Lena with a good inside hit. That might improve her score. Maria, oh, has gone down pretty hard on the inside.
Now let's see, crunch time for...
No.
This is going to close out.
Not there.
No, get out of there.
She's in my dream team, but this is not good news for Lena Erpenstein. Time is running out, and she is still trailing Maria Behrens. This would be probably Maria Behrens' biggest heat of her life, maybe? Taking down Lena Erpenstein in Sylt. It's not over yet, but it would be a big scalp to put on hers.
Sylt.
CV. Look at that wave there.
Yeah. Sylt is the upset place, isn't it? In racing, in freestyle, in waves. I remember Julianne Cantel just entering just because there was a spot left, because somebody didn't show up, and beating Philip Koster in the first round.
Yeah, it can happen. It can happen in Sylt.
Antonio Ruenas beating Brosinho. You know, all these type of things.
Albert Pijuan beating Brosinho.
Yeah. So it's a place, it's an upset place, and Maria Behrens is is on her way to cause one. I mean,
Still not over.
Lena has time for one more wave, but Maria is on something that looks pretty
fruity, that, doesn't it?
Where we're sitting.
Just got to get the timing right, and her timing has been impeccable so far, and this is looking good for timing.
That's a great section.
Oh,
that would have been a...
Oh, she smashed it. Her timing is looking really on point. She is in the Sylt zone right now. Oh, Lena, could she throw things open here? That is a big first hit. Got a bit stuck on the top, though. How did the judges see it?
Isn't it? One little,
Yeah, just got a little bit stuck on the timing there, but decent looking wave, good size. Managed to make the clean one, like you say. Lena may have one chance for another wave, and it could be, well, it will be the last chance. 1 minute 55. She's waiting out the back. Maria Behrens has been in pole position this whole heat after those early exchanges. And time is ticking down. 1 minute 40 on the clock. Justina Schnadi in control, although Lena just dropped a 5 for that last wave. So they like the size, they like the hit. Even though she got a little bit stuck on the top, it still dropped to 5. Does make it closer. Another 5.14 would put Lena in the next round ahead of Justina Schnadi. So still time for Lena to find that wave with 1 minute 20 to go. On the other side of the draw, Lena Erpenstein needs to find a 6.37 at least. 6.38.
The messaging is clear from those scores. Big critical maneuvers on big set waves. That's what you got to do. And whether or not Lena Erpenstein is going to get one right now,
Maria's looking
tricky. Maria is on a set wave.
Oh, let's carry on, boys. We don't want to see an instant replay now. We've got 1 minute to go. This is where it can all get thrown down. Lena Erpenstein, Maria Behrens. At the moment, Maria Behrens is going through. Where is the clock gone? How long have we got left? Our clock has disappeared. Someone bring it back. There we go, 28 seconds. Lena Erpenstein could be last chance saloon. Oh, got a bit stuck. It's a big hit.
She needs to back it up, though. I don't know.
That didn't feel like it, did it? That didn't feel like a 6.25. This could be
hard to call.
The biggest scalp of Maria Behrens' life. If it is, she is going to be one happy German.
The hooter sounds.
We didn't see Lena get another wave at the end, so we'll have to wait and see for the full scores. But from what we're seeing now, it looks like Maria and Justina Schnadi will go through to the next round. Lena, did she get anything at the end? That's the question. Oh, she got a 4.75 at the end. Or was that from before? That was from before. I was going to say, wow, that could have been a tasty ending.
Yeah, the scores dropped.
3.38.
That was a 3.38, the one big hit.
So Maria Behrens has just caused the first upset of the day. Behrens takes down Erpenstein in the first round.
Great performance by
Ouch. Maria. I mean, Lena is right up there. She was, what, podium in Pozo? So, wow. Keep your eye on Maria Behrens. You've got to film her now because that is big. Yeah, there's a big, we can see the smile from here. There's going to be some tears, surely, or some excited faces.
Cannot believe it.
Yeah, she is absolutely buzzing. That is a big one.
Lena coming over to congratulate her. That's great to see.
Look at that. I mean, this is how she started the heat. I think
that's the 5.5, I think.
Yeah, I think one of them.
And then the 7 was like 3 turns.
Bottom turn looked good there.
Yeah.
That was, yeah, first turn into second turn. That was the big one. 3 full turns on a wave in Sylt. It's not easy. I think there was that aerial from. Yeah. Well, there we go. Justina Schnadi through. Maria Behrens through. On to the next one.
And the next one is Sol the Greek versus Marine Hunter and Sarakita Ofringa on your screens versus Bodhi that advanced.
Bam. So she's on a bigger sail, you say?
Yeah, that's the 5.3 she borrowed from Robbie Swift, which you can see by the nice sticker work of a starboard sticker over the JP sticker.
Okay, nice. So Sol the Greek, 13 years old, or is she 14 now? It's going to be one of those ones, you know, who seems to be young forever, but she has got some great wave style. Hunter as well, but the Greek does have a good bit of flow on port tack.
Yeah, I asked her the other day. She told me she's 13.
13.
Because somebody was like, yeah, telling a pretty dirty story on the table, and I'm like,
yeah,
yeah.
We got a 13-year-old kid sitting there. You've got to be careful. She's tall though, isn't she? I mean,
yeah, she looks probably 15.
Here we go, Hunter up that top end on the KA sail, decides against riding that one. Again, only 2 waves to count. Sometimes in Sylt though, you can't always judge what the wave's going to do, and you have to gamble, because some of the waves that don't look good can sometimes turn out to be the better waves.
Yeah, it's all about how it hits.
Oh,
the
look
sandbar.
at this thing.
Looks really good. She just went a little bit early, didn't she? But now,
look at that, bam!
Stay on, keep going, keep going. There's an opening. There's an opening. She missed it.
Not a bad wave to kick off the heat, though. I mean, she's got her work cut out going against Sarah Keita off ringer, but she's definitely got the right position on the beach. That you can see where Maria was riding that first hit. If you make it over it, then there are a couple of other hits to get. Sarah Keita kicking off with a 3.62. The Greek kicking off with a 2.38. I wonder what Bodie's wave is going to come in at. There we go, De Greek.
Oh, nice power from the Greek.
I thought she was from Belgium.
Not. Yeah, as I said that, I realized it's little Nick the Greek from Blockstock.
That's a lovely.
That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, lovely style on that turn as well. 2.88 for Bodie's first wave. Hunter. I mean, there's lots of waves coming through. Look at this.
Yeah, it's almost like those 18-minute heats are too long, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, there is. There's a lot of action to be had.
Oh, that's actually for a whitewater turn. That was really nice, throwing the fins out. This looks really fun. I want to get out there. Sol de Greek is riding really well, but I think that, yeah, a lot of power, really nice turns, just needs to find a bigger wave to do it on.
Yeah, wind has picked up, the waves are picking up. It looks like a good call to go into waves, actually. Like I say, there's not many opportunities. Here in Sylt, this cross-shore wind is not going to last all day. It is meant to go more onshore, which then obviously things get difficult. You can see that bit of side chop there. Look at this, though.
Yeah, this looks... Oh, she just missed it. But this is what Sylt does to you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And the higher the tide, the more it's going to be like that.
Yeah, it's finding those nuggets, getting that timing right. We saw before, Maria Behrens just kind of was in sync for a little while there. She just, everything she kind of went on.
Every time she bottom turned, there was a wall.
Yeah. Really good. So 4 minutes gone. Advantage at the moment, Sarah Keita at a Boda, and De Greek ahead of Hunter at the moment, but Hunter with a higher scoring wave.
She's coming into something, but again, yeah.
Oh, she might get it. Oh, she was just off on that. Looked actually a really good wave. It just a little bit behind the section. Again, not easy here in Sylt to find the perfect timing. Hunter is sailing quite a tactical heat. It feels like she's kind of slow, methodical, staying upwind until she finds the right opportunity. And this thing could be something, but she's let it go.
Next one. Looks like there might be something.
She's going to get a double up here. This will be a powerful wave if she can get any speed. I think she's going to get the speed. You've got to be coming in from the top with plenty of speed to make those sections. 4.7.
Yeah, that's the thing. Do you wait forever for the perfect one and then be a little bit, a little bit cold maybe on your turns? Or do you catch a ton of waves like Sol de Greek and just, throw turns and then hopefully one of them is
I'll be honest, sometimes in Sylt both tactics work. Sometimes just catching everything and anything, and then sometimes you're surprised. It's like this thing could just turn into be
and
perfect,
it's going to turn into, oh, look at the double up.
Bam!
Yes. That's a very nice turn. But she needs to continue, do something. Yeah, not a bad tail slide.
Whitewater turn at the end.
Yeah.
Marine Hunter.
At about half a point.
Marine Hunter. She's on like a 2-stage wave here, but she's got a nice little section if she can get up into it.
Yes.
Good style on that. Vertical hit. Gets another one. Bang. Got quite a little whip on her top turn. Looks good.
Telling you, I'm pretty impressed. Like the style of a lot of the girls is like really improved from.
Oh, Sarah Keita, is she too late? No. Keeping them busy out there.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of opportunities. I think we're seeing it.
No, it's definitely fair conditions. This is always, you know, when we run in light or small waves, this is the concern a little bit, that maybe, you know, that maybe luck comes into play a little bit, because, you know, a good wave will come once every whatever, you know, maybe once every heat, but this is definitely not the case. This is definitely
no help for Sarah Keita.
Or she's just like, I got it. Little jog mid-heat.
Oh yeah, here we go. Someone's helping.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you see, she doesn't want it. She's like, yeah, that'll get my blood flowing. I was not warmed up.
I would take it all day long. Any help in Sylt is worthy of help. 3-2-5 for the last wave. Oh no, 4-6-2 the last wave for Hunter. So she takes the lead of head of De Greek.
Yeah, that's the thing. Sol had way more waves. You know, 4 waves, but she didn't really have the one.
Yeah.
So it's...
This is what you see. You see this big wave coming down. They sometimes separate, and you feel like you're on a big one. We've seen it a few times, but then it kind of goes down the beach.
But that's what we see it from the drone. When you're sailing, you don't see that at all. It's so hard here.
Yeah. You feel it, but it's too late then. You're like, it's gone.
Yeah, and it kind of sometimes bends away from you. You want the one that bends towards you, but doesn't close out, which is very fine margin.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this one, for example, you've got to be coming from the high end on this section. You want to be coming from up, but there's no room on the wave to come from up because the wave is bent in.
Yeah.
So it's a really difficult combination.
Yeah.
Not an easy place, that is for sure. Steffi Val. Oh, Steffi Val, she's probably watching this thinking, you know what? This is my conditions right now. Cross shore, Sylt, wave riding only, nice vertical smacks. Steffi Wool will be crying into her wherever she is. I think she said she was at a wedding. Well, I hope it was a nice wedding, Steffi, but I'm sure you'll be thinking, oh, this is my stuff here.
Steffi definitely used to slay some big upsets here.
Yeah.
Literally slay, like, through rail.
Yeah, nice, like I say. This is like my kind of fun conditions. Not too consequential, you know, you're not going to get smashed to smithereens, but you can have a little bit of a late hit. You can find those little sort of nuggety waves.
For sure, a little windier a little windier would be fun too, right? I would be snorkeling right now, but
this is my perfect conditions. On and off planing.
Yeah. Yeah, where fat guys like me can't get up plane.
Exactly.
And you just take all my wave.
Lovely.
Sol on a good
Oh,
one.
look at that thing. This is going to open up.
Go, go. Don't wait, go.
Yeah, it's opening up. Going to double up a little bit. Oh, I just missed it. And a good wave from behind, actually. Boda, she's been given a good account of herself. I think it's probably one of her first ever pedalway events, maybe. I met her over in South Africa. She was actually on a Forward Loop clinic. So she's been putting the work in. At the moment, if you are wondering about the scores, Hunter leading ahead of De Greek. We're waiting for that last score to drop in. And Sarah Keita leading ahead of Boda. Hunter, bang. And we have got Sideshore Sylt right now.
Which will take any day of the week.
Yeah, totally. I was a bit upset when I saw someone say, oh, what is this? I was thinking, this is good. This is like, what is, you know, obviously typical Sylt is the onshore, and this is really brutal. You know, maybe it's windy and people are playing around, but in terms of sailing, it's way, way harder and not as fun because you lose all the power every time you come up to the lip. At least with this direction, you've got some power in your sail when you come off the top. which makes a big difference when you have so much water moving around like you have here in Sylt.
Yeah, somebody says better than the Sylt special straight onshore and 3-meter waves. I agree.
Yeah, totally.
It's really like you're out there and you're sailing, but you're wondering what the hell should I do? How do I actually
or
turn?
when do I ride the wave? Because as soon as I ride the wave, there's a chance I'm not getting back off the beach. You know, so you've got to get your jumps in first, and then you're like, well, I've got to get 2 waves in here. Well, you know, what do I do? It's obviously tactical for different reasons. Look at this. This is like aerial view from Sylt. Look at that.
Solo on another one. Let's see if this one lines up for her.
That's one turn.
Pretty good. She's going to get another one. Yes. And another one.
Sarakita behind. Bam.
Yeah, that was a very nice turn from Sarakita.
Going to get another double. Oh, this is looking really good.
Oh, how was that bottom turn? That looked really...
Yeah. Got that wave time. I mean, 2 good hits in Sylt. You know, proper hits. I think you've had a good wave. 3, you're styling, you know, or it's 1 big one and you can't.
3 or in the 7s from what Maria Burns showed us. We got a little party wave.
Hunter, bam, vert. Look at the waves, they're lining up all over the place. Got to be careful this time of the heat where you're getting closer to the rocks, because there is like a rocky groin that sticks out into the water, and it's pretty much where Boda was there.
What did Sarakita get for that last wave? Didn't drop yet.
Just waiting for it to drop in. At the moment, Hunter still leading De Greek. De Greek needs to kind of... Oh, there we go. 4.88 for that last wave from Sarakita. So Behrings with the highest wave score of the day, 7 points in the previous heat. Sometimes it's difficult to judge heat to heat, but I would say that's what we've seen. Oh, De Greek on a upwind run here. Like I say, you want to be coming up from that and hitting this double up section. Oh, this looks pretty good.
Yeah.
It's difficult to tell, isn't it, from here?
Early, yeah. But that's gonna...
Oh,
Marine Hunter. Very nice.
Powerful style.
Yeah. Just maybe not...
That's a pretty good wave though. 3 turns, you know, not bad sections. Is it the best wave? Maybe not, but it was solid, very solid. Bam.
Yeah. Kita on an open one. That'll give her another.
Bam.
There you go.
Yeah, 18 minutes. There's plenty of waves to choose from, isn't there?
You say that though, they all had waves, but it's
good waves.
Good waves are like really few and far between, you know. That's the correct way to say it.
Yeah, but again, like we were saying before, it's like whether you just, you know, go for the scattergun approach and, you know, hope some of those waves turn into it, or you wait and you really try and work out which waves are working, which there's no guarantees because it's not easy. It's not easy at all. Sarakita seems pretty relaxed. Got to be. Do you think she's got any of that in the hair?
Yeah, the product, you mean?
The product.
Yeah, I don't think she needs any product. That's just naturally.
I need some. But
yeah. Amazing
I
hair.
need some of that hair, exactly. Here we go. Look at that top boy. This could work out. Yeah, keep your eye on De Greek now. Oh, maybe she missed it. You could say that wave looked like it was going to run.
Yeah. Yeah, still behind Marine Hunter, despite riding 8 waves now.
I don't think we're going to fit them all on the scorecard as Boda just bogs the rail on that last wave. So 2 minutes 26 to go. Marine Hunter leading ahead of De Greek, and Sarakita Offringer leading ahead of Boda. And Hunter is on another wave here. She seems pretty dialed in today. Could she cause an upset? You see Quattro and KA Sales.
Yeah, comparing the two panels is never really you know, an exact experiment, but it is pretty close between Marine Hunter and Sarakita Ofringa, you know.
Yeah.
It is. These are the conditions.
Oh, De Greek. Look at this. Look at this little line.
Tasty little one, but going, yeah,
Go,
Sarakita is just so chilled. She just gave it to her.
Bam! That's a hit. And that doesn't look big from the drone, but that was a pretty tasty looking hit.
Oh,
big
that's a sick turn.
front side from Sarakita. Goes straight over the top.
Yeah, just cut the nose there.
De Greek, what would she need to take the lead here? She's got a 3.62, 5, 4 high fours, 5 could be.
One turn.
It was big. I think from the drone it maybe didn't look as big, but I think that was pretty a decent section. We'll have to wait for the score to drop.
Should drop any second now. Bodhi just struggles with timing a little bit. Nothing's off with her technique, or, you know, just, yeah.
Here we are, Hunter on another one as we're waiting for that score for De Greek to drop. Oh, that was nice. Hunter does seem like she's really enjoying herself out there. I think, you know, not massive, not super windy, good shape to the wave, and there we go. It has dropped, has it? 375, is that the right one?
Yes, 475 for
Oh, they're dead level.
Yes, they are dead level.
They are dead level, but the highest wave score is going to Sol De Greek at the moment with 16 seconds to go. Marine Hunter. Oh
yeah,
no,
but Marine Hunter
was leading. Oh, God, yes.
Marine Hunter just got another score.
Wow. Okay, we are waiting for that score to drop in. It should be Marine Hunter. Surely that was a decent last wave. And it is. Marine Hunter, last wave score has dropped in. And she does, in fact, take the lead back. Wow.
Best score of the heat.
5-1-2 on that last wave, and she needed it. De Greek actually took the lead there, dead level. And then Hunter, who was leading the whole heat, looking all good. It was looking like bad news, but obviously the last wave dropped in, which was decent. That first hit she had with the spray. Nice. And on the other side of the draw, Sarakita Ofringa.
Tell you what, they're going to go against each other now, Marine Hunter and Sarakita.
Yeah. In these conditions, we've seen it with Bearings. We've just seen it with Hunter. You know, when you see different conditions that you don't usually see on tour, different people step up. You know, we've always said it. If you've just got Pozo and Maui, you don't see these type of conditions. You know, small port tack. You know, it can definitely help people who sail in these conditions more than others. So nice to see this as well. So Hunter, unfortunately for De Greek, she nearly caused a little of a change at the end, but Hunter in the end getting the win, and she will go against Ofringa in the next round. So there we go. It's going to be Bearings against Schnaddy and Hunter against Ofringa, and this is the final four. Yeah. Wow, we got there so quickly. So Bearings is in the final four.
Yeah.
100% her.
That was the whole deal. Why we went straight into the women's, to make sure we get a result in something.
And I think, you know, let's say we haven't got many women here, but I think they'll be looking at these conditions. There's a lot of women around the world probably going, you know what? I would love to be competing in this, you know. So there we go. We're on. 18 minutes. Schnaddy versus Bearings. I mean, if you win this heat, you guarantee yourself a podium in Sylt.
Yes.
Wow. Big heat, this one. That's massive. 5-0 by the looks of it. That could be a 78-litre Cortex. So first wave to Justina Schnaddy. Remember, it's 2 waves, and we've seen selection seems to be the key. Oh, it's a good first wave. A good flowing first wave. Good bit of speed. So a good solid wave to start the heat from Justina Schnaddy. We'll wait for the scores to drop. We have seen the judges, they're going big on the big first turn. You know, they want to see that big hit. Bearings Can she do the same again? It looks a good wave. Look at this. From the drone, that looks such an open wave.
Just chose another 4-turn.
Where is she finding these things? They're just opening up. I mean, Schnadi had a pretty open wave as well, to be fair. 4-1-2 for Justina Schnadi. I'll be honest, if the contest for the guys was in these conditions, I'm all in. I'll be out the commentary booth. I'm breaking up. I'm in. Sign me up.
See some fireworks too, right? Some big turns.
Yeah, I think we'll see some good
aerials,
stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it's a kind of a couple of hit wave, and we're getting lots of opportunities, so lots of chances to take risk. We've got some power in the lips. 5 for Behrings' first wave, so straight away she's put down a 5. She is the one in form at the moment. Schnadi with a solid first wave, 4-1-2, but that's still quite a big jump, is it? 0.9, 0.88 already ahead.
Yeah, perfect way to start the heat, you know.
Yeah, someone just commented, Justine on a simmer board. I don't think she has a board sponsor, so she's just going with a board that she feels she likes, I guess.
Yeah, I think she had some custom boards, some white painted stuff, but I guess maybe for these conditions, yeah, she likes that parallel rail design. It's pretty good. It's always a pretty good advert when somebody that's not sponsored chooses.
Yeah, totally.
I think it's
almost better.
Even better, yeah.
It's almost better. Yeah, 100%.
That's how I try to get a lot of free stuff.
Yeah, it's a
I'm
good.
not sponsored by you.
It's a good angle, but I think it's a good angle. You know, let's say you're using someone's foils and you're not sponsored by them. People are going to look at that and go, "Oh, okay."
Well, I'm actually paying for my foils.
Yeah, there you go.
Exactly work.
Not such a good deal.
Yeah.
14, well, nearly 4 minutes gone, 3 minutes and a bit gone. Maria Behrings on another wave here, looking to throw down that second score. Could she make the final here in Sylt? That would be, oh, look at this thing already lining up. It's got a little bit early.
Yeah, a little early.
Shaddy behind on a better one. First turn, needs to get the second turn to make it count. Look at that,
Nice
that looks
bottom turn.
great.
Yeah, nice drive off the bottom.
Yeah. And that's the thing, if the first turn is kind of like that, the next one needs to be critical or needs to have some wall to push against, because that's how you're going to get the points. All the turns can't be kind of calm and flowing. You need to find some aggression. Looks like Weber's helping Maria Behrings here run back up the beach. Team effort, this Sylt game, I tell you. You got to have the pit crew on hand because it is knackering. Second wave for Shaddy, scoring 3-1-2. So she does in fact take the lead. And it does make sense to get upwind. You need to be upwind to take advantage of the section where it's breaking. If you're downwind of that peak, it's very hard to get the score. Yeah, what wind have we got here? Like a southerly wind, is it?
Yeah, it's south.
Yeah.
Yeah. Straight south. West is straight onshore. So
Yeah.
south is cross shore, port tack.
Yeah, the normal wind we get here is west, northwest, a bit of southwest, and it's all pretty much onshore within that. So the best wind we have here is the southerly wind, straight south.
Yeah, last year was, I think, very strong southwest, probably some of the best conditions that we've seen here. And also before the comp, the Thursday or the Wednesday or the Thursday before the contest started here, Julian Salmon was here, Leon Jammer, and yeah, it looked insanely good. Like, it can be really, like, because it's the way the sandbank is, it just gets a lot of power, that wave. And is she talking to herself? She was mumbling something.
She's like, but I tell you what, Maria Behrings might have had the better tactic here, because Maria Behrings is way further upwind.
Yeah, now the wind's gonna light.
Yeah.
So now she's gonna tack, and pretty good tack too, and and she's gonna just come back probably to this very similar
Look how
place.
far upwind she is. Look where Justina is. Well, where is Justina? Is that her right out there? No, that's a winger.
Yeah, that's a winger.
See, you know, Justina is really far downwind.
Yeah.
When you look at how far up Bearings is, and this can make the difference to what waves you're finding. You know, sometimes you think running up the beach you're wasting time, but actually it can sometimes be the better call. Also, it cannot be. You can end up getting stuck on a separate bit of the wave. But here we go. Look at this thing. What is that going to turn into, if anything? You never know in Sylt. But that is a big lump. Oh, she couldn't quite get over it.
Yeah, wind's gone light.
Yeah, it was definitely a big lump there.
Yeah,
I mean, that is why there's 18-minute heats. You know, there might be people going, oh, it's gone light, it's gone light. There's 18-minute heats for that reason. You know, if it goes light, you have got time. Actually, the wind was too strong for 18 minutes before because we were seeing so many waves being ridden. But this is going to be right. You see how far Justina is down.
Yeah.
This could count against her. We're going to have to wait and see how it plays out. You'd never know. But I have a feeling Bearings is in pole position here. She's trailing at the moment. The Polish rider, Justina Schady, sitting in first place with 7.24 as her total score. But the highest scoring wave at the moment is Maria Bearings with a 5.0. She only needs a 2.25 to take the lead. So,
definitely within her striking distance, although the wind has gone light. You can see it's windier on the outside.
Definitely gone light. And it's meant to go onshore. Is this the bit?
It's going to go onshore with a big rain cloud, so that's not the bit yet. But and it's supposed to actually pick up when it goes onshore. So I think it's just, you know, if that outside bit comes in, it's windy again. So I think
10 minutes to go.
I think the judges are looking quite closely now at the conditions, seeing if there's, you know, proper scoring opportunity.
Justina's made some ground upwind, but it is really light.
Yeah.
But enough to float around. The question will be how much power they have on the wave.
Yeah.
If we see them riding with no power, that might be the difference. At the moment, the wobbling around is fine, but if there's no power on the wave as well, yeah, this might
Look at that lovely view of Westerland Sylt.
Here we go, float and ride. Sylt in Germany.
The old Brandenburger Strand. Brandenburger Strand. Well, there's enough. She just caught a wave quite easily without bumping. Let's see, as you say, if it's...
I think she's got the advantage upwind. I think that's where you want to be right now. 9 minutes to go. You never know, though, how it's going to work out.
Wave, another good... just...
Good turn. Is it a 2.25?
It's tricky, isn't it?
It could be a 2.5. You know, just one turn. We've been seeing over 2.5 for just a turn. You know, it's not a big score she needs.
Yeah, Lina's big turn was like a 3.7. So this, yeah, I don't know.
It's in that ballpark, really. You know, this could come down to that because of the big first wave, the 5-point wave. That could be the difference in this heat. Schady needs to find some more opportunities.
I think Schady just needs to ride a wave now and grab her gear and run up the beach, because she's right on the bottom of the contest area. Oh no, she's
tacking around. Like I say, you get stuck in that because you never find the wave, so you tack back out. Sometimes you just got to make that commitment to run up the beach. I'm gonna say, oh, and there we go. It does drop a 3.62.
That's pretty high, I think, for one turn, but yeah.
That is high for that one turn, isn't it? 3.62. Wow. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure Schnady's 3.12. There was a couple of turns in. So that's, wow. Again, the judges are looking. They had probably a very good view of that wave. But that puts a lot of pressure on Justina Schady now. Her first wave was when there was wind and there was 3 good turns on it, only scoring a 4.12. And that wave we've just seen dropping is only 0.5 behind that.
With one turn.
Seems, ooh, I think the judges might be Having a look at that.
A little generous,
yeah. That is a generous score, but again, we're not in the judges' box. They've got a different view to us here in the commentary booth, but that does seem pretty generous. No doubt about it, her first score, the 5-point wave, was a really decent scoring wave. But it's light right now, isn't it? Not many opportunities to score. She's still smiling.
The drone's close, though.
Yeah. I wonder what the judges are thinking right now. It's light out there.
If they cancel the heat, they gotta cancel it now. They can't, you know, leave it to the last minute. But they're looking at whether there is scoring opportunity or not.
Yeah.
And right now, Maria is making sure
she's scoring waves.
That, yeah,
they don't
that
cancel
it looks like there is scoring opportunity. And now the wind is picking back up.
Yeah.
So I think the cancellation chances are pretty slim.
I think Snaddy's got to get back upwind if she's going to get a chance in this, because that's where you want to be. Right there.
Decent wave. Not too much power in that. Yeah. So what are they going to score this? This was worse than the other one-turn wave, right? Or not? So tricky.
I'm not a judge. That's why I'm not a judge. I find it very difficult, I won't lie.
It is. In those conditions, I think judging is really hard because it's splitting hairs sometimes, you know, between, you know, a good open face turn and a great one, and a, you know, mediocre one and a good one. And
the thing is, it's also a long heat. So the difference between when you saw that first wave, let's say, and then the next waves, it sometimes, for me anyway, I find it hard to go, oh, compare the two. If we were to look at all at the end, side by side, I think I could do a good job. But to do it over an 18-minute heat with lots of big gaps in between, it's sometimes...
You almost got to take notes, right? Like, 3-turn wave.
Yeah, critical.
Like, yeah, first turn was a hit, or first turn was an open face, second turn was a hit, third was a whitewater, whatever, or something, you know, like, kind of to keep it in mind.
Well, we've got 4:30 on the clock. At the moment, Maria Behrings is close, leading to guarantee herself a podium here in Sylt. For a young German wave rider, this is like the pinnacle, isn't it?
This is what you want to hear, yeah.
Wow.
Sylt.
And she is in good position. Shadi at the moment is still underneath the peak. So Maria Behrings definitely has the advantage. She's already got the highest wave score of the heat. That can all change if Shadi can find that wave. But she's got to find it. Time is running out.
Yeah, Schneider's not going to be happy with those, you know, those probably, what, like 7 minutes of really light wind?
Yeah.
She couldn't really make up ground, make ground up wind.
I mean, what she needs is a 5-point wave.
Just totally.
Yeah, like a decent wave. She needs to wait. She doesn't want to take off a small one. She wants to wait for the right moment, and then she's got to execute.
But if she catches one now, then she probably can still ride 2 waves. Whereas if she waits any longer, that's going to be the wave, make or break. A final of the single elimination, as you say, guaranteed podium.
Tactical battle now. You know, this isn't about, you know...
Maria's further upwind.
Yeah.
So...
she can choose which wave she takes. Although Schnadi might go underneath her here on this peak. This could line up.
This is looking good, yeah.
This could line up. Got to get the timing right. This could be it. Schnadi, bottom turning, looks like a good face. Good first turn. Oh, she's going to get a second peak. Couldn't quite make the proper connection, but that was a good, solid first turn, especially in that dying winds. Didn't quite get that.
What does she need? She needs a 5er.
Well, she doesn't need a 5. It's got to be mid 4, 4.5. I think it is something like that. 4.
That's...
yeah, 4.5. Exactly.
Yeah, that's not...
the second connected turn there would have been it.
Yeah. She got a little hang up on the first turn, a little tail slide, and yeah. You almost got to go straight, like before you even finish the turn, you almost need to go back into the bottom turn.
But if we look at that 3.62 from Barings,
Yeah, this was a point better than the 3.62 for sure.
So it's very close. 2 minutes to go. We're waiting to see what score drops in. Like I say, this is not the crazy pozo action you used to see, but it's a tactical battle. 3.75 for that wave for Justina Schade. So it's not enough.
That's pretty harsh.
It's not enough. 1 minute 40 on the clock. Barings is getting closer and closer to that guaranteed podium and a shot at winning it. And I'm just saying, because the guaranteed podium is a thing.
Yeah, she looked. She looked a standout. So
yeah, there is no,
her,
you can't count her out at this moment in time with 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. Justina Schade has got some work to do. She still needs to find over 4.5 points on a wave, and time is running out. I don't think she's gone up the beach so far, but she was in good position for the last wave. The wind has dropped a little bit, and it does take away some scoring opportunity. Maria Barings is kind of controlling it a little bit. She can maybe, if she stays upwind of Justina, she could take any good wave that comes in a tactical battle. I'm not sure that's what she's planning to do, but with 44 seconds to go, time is running out, and we could see the German making her first ever PWA final. And time is really running out now. 30 seconds to go. Can Schade get a last-minute upset? It's now or never. That doesn't look a good position. What can she make of this thing?
The rocks. This is the rock wave.
Straight on the rocks. Oh, it's a good wave, though.
Oh, that's
what
she needed.
What?
Oh, no, that's what she did.
Oh, that was the rocks, isn't it? But that... Oh, that is the rocks.
Yeah, she's on the rocks.
Wow.
That looked so good. That
it did.
second turn.
Well, Barings as well, right at the end, has got one to count as well.
Oh, that's a good one as well.
Yeah.
Oh, she's straightened out.
Wow.
Well, now we just got to wait for the scores to drop, because that's going to be very interesting. That wave, do you count that turn as a make?
Exactly. Well, she made it.
She made it.
But it definitely, it took the edge off it after it, didn't it? Without the...
Yeah, there was a third turn opportunity there.
Here we go, waiting to see. Keep waiting for the face. We're waiting for the scores to drop. I mean, we are going to see tears, surely, if she has made that final. Waiting for the last scores to drop in. That's not the final scores. We're still waiting for the final scores to drop in. I mean, definitely Schade ended up on the rocks, which, end of the wave.
At 2.88, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't like it. They didn't like it. So there we go.
Didn't count it as a make.
Maria Barings makes the final of Sylt 2023. She will be going for the win, but she will also guarantee a podium. Guaranteed in Sylt. That's a big result.
That's a very big result for the young German.
Here we go. We're going to have a look at some replays from that heat.
And I'm going to check out, and Graham Ezzy is going to step in with some better expertise.
Thanks very much, Maciek, for joining us. There we go. Just having a look at the replays of that heat. That was some decent action going on in that one. I would not like to have been a judge. Barings as well. Look at this. Good angle from Barings' wave here. Oh, nice turn. Mr. Graham Ezzy in the house. He's a bit of a Sylt expert. Here's Schade. Oh, I'm just going to have a look at that. So, 18 minutes on the clock. We have got Maureen Hunter going against Sarah Keita Offringer. And I tell you what, looking at the way Maureen was sailing in that last one, it's all up for grabs here. Definitely. Here we go. That's a good start to the heat, though, from Sarah Keita Offringer. A very flowing wave, just connecting all the little dots there. Graham, what's your take on it? Because we were just saying before, pretty nice conditions for Sylt.
It's difficult. I think the conditions are definitely difficult, but we're seeing some really nice wave riding. And what I like to see in this is that it is requiring a different set of skills than what we see in places like Pozo, which is more jumping focused. This is really about the fundamentals of wave riding, finding a wave, setting up on that wave, setting a good bottom turn, and lining up the timing for a good off the lip.
Totally agree. Totally agree. I was saying, you know, you might see different names up there and people go, oh my God, oh, they're having the heat of their life. But they're like, no, this is just my conditions. This is what I like. This is what I sail in whenever I go sailing. And, you know, with the tour, you know, we've had certain venues for so many years that it's so nice to see it when it gets mixed up. I think it always does allow opportunities for others to shine. And we're seeing that with Marine Hunter, Maria Behrens as well. You know, maybe in Pozo, with that much wind, it's difficult to do what they like to do.
I love it. I love to see it. And Pozo is special. I think Pozo is a very important part of the Windsurf World Tour. But this is great to have as well.
Oh, nice timing for Sarah Kita. And its position on this wave as well, you know, and it will change as the tide changes.
I've been very impressed with her today and how she's able to be so active on the wave. She's really fitting in a lot of maneuvers, being very physical with her body, really working hard to fit a lot in on these waves, even if they're not offering that much.
Yeah, she's got great movement. You look at her hands, you look at her rig movement, and those little bits, you know, for riders who are watching this and saying, what is the difference? And like Graham said, it's just being active. That extra bit of movement with the rig, with the board, it just shows a little bit more. When you're judging, I mean, I've judged before, and I tell you, the difference between someone who has that little bit of extra pizzazz, like a little bit of extra spice, it makes a huge difference to the way that wave looks. And like you say, you know, she is probably not in her element here in terms of wind strength. You know, she'd probably like it a bit windier, but she is making it happen. Marine Hunter as well, really good style on the wave, getting super vertical. I like it. I think she looks like she's enjoying herself as well.
Yeah, Marine is a little bit different in her style. I think that she's less she's trying to get fewer turns, but sitting harder on the rail on the turns that she is getting. And it's really nice to see the contrast.
I mean, and it's also a decision you've got to make. This is what the girls have got to do. They've got to say, okay, what is this wave going to do? Do I need to go a bit softer on that turn to open up to hit the next one? Or do I just go heavy on the first one, and then maybe I can't make that second one? And that's what Marine's got to do now. That's a big section. Oh.
That's a good section.
Ooh.
Oh, too bad. That's a difficult decision, because I think if she was freesailing, she might have gone for it. Oh, look at that beautiful bottom turn from Sarah Kita. And if she can manage another turn here, then this is going to be a really solid score. As it was with the whitewater turn, it will not be as solid as it could have been, but still a great first
highest
turn.
scoring wave so far in this heat, Marine Hunter, and that is advantage Marine Hunter. You remember, there's only 2 waves to score, so if you've got the highest wave score, you are in pole position really until the last breath, because you can change it with just 1 more wave. So having the highest wave score is a big deal. Obviously, you don't know if the wind's going to drop or something's going to happen. You're better to be in the lead. But I think I would rather have the bigger wave score and trust that I'm going to get another score before the end of the heat.
Yeah, same. These heats are so much about wave selection. It's really about catching the best waves more than anything else.
Oh, she's changing, is she?
Looks like it.
Oh, no.
What do you...
I think someone got tired. I'll help. Oh my God, I'm knackered. It's tiring. I tell you, if you've never run upwind in a heat, you might think it only looks like 50 meters, but I don't know. In a heat, it just feels like the 1,500 meter race. It's absolutely knackering.
Yeah, especially with the wetsuit and carrying your gear into the wind. It's not fun.
Yeah, Sarah Kita, 3.88 and a 3.5. So some solid scores already laid out, and now she can probably be a bit more selective. But I mean you've sailed here a lot. You've actually won a German title here, I think, as well.
I have.
Yeah, so what's your tactic? I was saying to Magic before, is it scattergun? You pick really selective? Because sometimes I had in Sylt where some of the waves that I didn't think were going to run, just run forever, and the ones that I thought I selected kind of was a one hit. What's your theory on that?
I think that you have to be selective, but it's difficult to be selective. And so when I'm out there in a warm-up, I'm paying so much attention to the angle of the waves that are working well, what they look like on the outside, and trying to figure it out for that day, because it's different for every day for which kinds of swell are going to work well once it hits the shallow water. So I think you have to be selective, but also recognize that it's difficult.
Yeah, get some bankers in as well, you know, get something in, but you don't want to be on the inside when that perfect wave comes, and that's just the cruelest thing ever. You know, you're out there waiting, then you kind of like tell yourself, okay, I've got to get something. You get something, and then you miss the wave that you were actually waiting for. There's nothing worse than that in a heat. And then even worse would be your opponent is on that wave. You're like, oh, no.
The other element to it is that...
This looks good. Oh, sorry.
I feel like, well, the next wave looks good.
Yeah.
It's difficult. This drone angle makes it really difficult to tell. But this looks good. This looks good. If she can get it off the lip here.
Yeah, that's the difficulty in Sylt in these type of conditions. I mean, she made the most of that, but just having a bit of pressure makes all the difference to if you can get 2 more turns, you know.
I think also that the tactic when it's like this is that it's better to prioritize one solid turn.
Bam.
Like that.
Bam. Aggressive, like I say, so much movement. Look at her hands right down, whips it off the top, even on like the smallest sections. Just so much like movement. I like the way the girls are all clubbing together here to help out. It does make a huge difference, I think.
That'll be a good score for Sarah. That first turn was nice, and the last turn as well.
Yeah, we're looking for these scores to drop. We've already had 7.5 minutes gone.
Because there isn't much wind, you really need to use the wave to get your speed. And so waiting for the wave to set up, instead of trying to get it turn early, helps to get more speed so that you can have a better turn. Whereas if you're going early with the idea that you're going to get more turns, often you just don't have enough power, you don't have enough speed, your sail feels dead, and it doesn't work.
I was just looking at who was carrying Sarah Keita's kit. She's thinking, hang on, slow down. I don't think I'm going to make it.
Yeah, it's exhausting.
There were 3 points for the last wave from Sarah Keita. It's actually not a scoring wave.
That's surprising. I thought the first turn on that from our angle looked really solid, and the last turn as well, even though it was a smaller end section, to have 2 solid off the lip turns.
It is deceptive with the drone. I think because the angle changes the whole time, so you can't always judge like for like. Whereas when you've got, like, let's say a beach cam which doesn't move, it's very easy to go, oh, that was bigger than that. That was more critical than that, because you get the same angle. With the drone, it looks cool, but it's for me, judging-wise, I've had a few bad calls. I thought, oh, that wave was good, and then it comes through the judges, not so good. And the judges do have a great visual on where these girls are sailing. They are literally in prime position. It's straight opposite, actually, this peak. So
yeah, the drone angle makes all the waves look the same size.
Yeah.
It, for whatever reason.
Oh, look at this.
Removes that.
Look at this. Look at this. If she can get down that double up,
this could set up.
This could be a real.
Wow.
Oh, hello.
Oh, that's going to be a huge score. That was a full frontside aerial. Fins out.
I mean, we had a different view. We had a side view, but that looked meaty. That's what the judges have said they want to see.
That was a heavy section.
They got to reward that.
That was a heavy section.
Sarah Keita could be in trouble here.
That was a heavy section. You know, that I feel like
6.5 has just dropped. I actually thought they could have thrown more points at it. I mean, it's one hit, but it was...
That was the biggest hit I've seen all day. I'm not sure if I missed one, but that could have been a huge score. That was fins out. And the thing with those sections, and you know this as well as anyone, is that it's something like 1 in 5 of them are unmakeable.
Yeah.
It turns into a death pit.
I thought I thought she'd gone. Yeah. You know, like, I was thinking it's not over yet, because it's never over in Sylt until you have got clear of that wave. It can just pull you back in. Sarah Keita's going to have another opportunity here, though. This looks good.
Beautiful.
Bam!
Beautiful
spray
timing.
As well.
But so much less critical.
Yeah.
You know, that was a beautiful turn, beautiful bottom turn, beautiful cutback, but the off the lip there was a crumbly little section, whereas the one that Hunter hit was a top to bottom barrel. You could see the sand bouncing out when the lip hit the bottom.
What's going to be interesting how the judges score that, because there was obviously more spray on her turn, but that doesn't mean it's better. You know, some people judge stuff on spray. The Hunter one was inside the thing. Wow, this would be the biggest upset
of the year
ever. No, but this is Sarah Kita Offringa. This is a final. You know, Marine has got opportunities here. She looks like she's having fun, as probably not so much fun on that one. Wow. I really thought they might throw more than 6.5 at that.
Yeah, interesting. Because so they've given Sarah 5.75 compared to the 6.5. I thought there was definitely more than a point difference between those two waves.
Bam. She's getting opportunities here. So at the moment, it's still Marine Hunter leading ahead of Sarah Kita Offringa. With 6 minutes 40 to go, we are on the verge of another big upset, and we could possibly see a Marine Hunter Maria Bering's final here in Sylt, which would be absolutely, wow, crazy. You know, like no one would have predicted that. But as we've seen today, these girls are loving these conditions. They look at home. You can see Marine Hunter. She's probably been dreaming of conditions like this. And, you know,
this is what she trains.
Yeah, this is
what she trains. This is what she loves to do. She loves to wave ride. She went to Cabo Verde to train. Obviously, Cabo Verde is different wind direction. It's starboard tack. But she's really into down the line wave riding. This is what she loves to do. And
float and ride as well. You know, there's a few people I'm seeing, no wind, whatever. You know, if you're into wave riding, the float and ride is some of the most fun. I find it really relaxing.
It's my favorite.
Yeah, it's mine too. Some people are like, I like to be planing around. This isn't windsurfing. I'm like, I actually enjoy wobbling around and riding waves. I you know, that's just me. I definitely enjoy it. I enjoy jumping, but this is my preferred wobble ride. Weight up, line up, bang.
Especially as I get older, this is what I love more.
Yeah,
you know, jumping is great. And when I was a kid and learning all of the jumps, it really consumed me, and I was obsessed with it and learning new jumps and inventing new jumps and trying to do everything. But wave riding, especially in this float and ride conditions, has really stolen the show for me. It feels like it's almost something mystical. It's this dance with the ocean. It's this dance with this force that's greater than yourself. It's something that I can't get enough of in my life.
Yeah, it never gets old. That's the weird thing about it, you know. It's every wave is different, cliched, but it is, and it's it's kind of fun to see what happens. And Marine Hunter, she is getting closer. The last score drops from Sarah Kita to 4.38, which won't make any difference. She needs to upgrade that score. Yeah, what does she need? She needs to advance by. She needs a high 4s, Sarah Kita, and that is unless Marine Hunter ups her score. But as we saw in the first heat, you know, if you compared the panels, Marine Hunter, I think, might have even outscored Sarah Kita, or it was close.
Wow.
You could already see it. This was going to be a good heat. And these conditions, without the jumping, different, you know, down the line, finding the sections, there's different skills on offer here. And Marine is definitely in the zone right now. Can she do it? Or can Sarah Kita fight back?
This looks like it could be a good wave for Sarah.
I mean, for Sarah Kita, a 5-point wave, I mean, she can obviously get a 5-point wave. She just needs the setup. But will she get? Yeah, this is not easy in Sylt. It doesn't always give you the opportunity. And when it does give the opportunity, you've still got to have precision on your timing. You need a bit of luck with the wave to open up sometimes. Marine Hunter has got more opportunities to upgrade her 4 points first ride, you know, which, as we can see, she could do. Another meaty hit, and this wave could do something. This is got chances. There's looking in the back as well. There's more chances coming as Sarah Kita attacks onto that wave. 3 minutes 20 to go. This heat is far from over. I'm sure we're going to see some twists and turns before this heat is out.
It's so hard to tell what is going to shape up.
It is.
That wave behind looks great, but it looks like she's too far in to really take advantage of it.
And now she's going to have to come all the way in.
If she can do a quick tack and get back out.
Yeah, she needs to get off that thing and almost cover Sarah Kita. I mean, that could be good tactic right now. I'm not saying that's what she should do, but if you're on the wave, your opponent can't take it. Sarah Kita needs a 5-point wave. It's not going to be that. The time is ticking down. Marine Hunter could be in the final. She's got 2 minutes 30 to hang on to this lead. She either needs to defend it off Sarah Kita. Sarah Kita is going to need a high 4s.
The problem is that to get a wave of that score,
well, 4.26. 4.26. Would that be enough? No, high 4, above 4.5. Yeah.
You need a certain wave size to do that.
Yeah.
You can't do it on any wave. You know, a 2-point wave, 3-point wave, you can get on almost anything. But once we start getting 4, 5, 6, the wave height matters a lot.
Yeah. Wind is also dropping. That is why there's 18 minutes. They will not get cancelled for the lightness of the wind. Even if it's dropped to nothing now, there's been enough of this heat, enough scoring opportunity to class this as a heat. So for Marine Hunter right now, if it dropped to nothing, I think she'd be quite happy with that. 1 minute 40 to go. Sarah Kita off ringer, trailing to Marine Hunter from France. Would be making her first ever PWA final and going against another first timer in the final, Maria Behrings. I mean, wow. This is definitely a massive upset if this was to happen. 1 minute 20 on the clock. Sarah Kita needs to find the wave. She's got the skills. Can she find the opportunity? Tactical battle now.
What are you doing in your head when you're in this situation on the water?
Praying. I'm just putting myself in the position where those waves have been coming through and literally praying, making sure my opponent is not going to get the wave before me. So positioning myself accordingly, but just keeping my eyes open for any opportunity that can happen. But it's out of your hands at this point. At this point in the heat, you need luck.
And what are you praying about? Are you apologizing for all the things you've done wrong in your life?
I'm doing everything right now. I'm like, come on. You know it. You're like,
please, just give me this one.
Seriously, it's like that now. You are like, oh, no, you've seen it in surfing happen. And Sarah Keats, she's going to have to gamble on something if she's not got the opportunity. And this might be her gamble. I don't think it's there, is it? That's not a 5-point opportunity, I don't think. Not at all. No chance. No chance at all. That's it. It's done. Marine Hunter will be in the 2023 Sylt World Cup single elimination final. Wow, what an upset. What an upset, Marine Hunter, and deservedly so.
Wow.
That was the biggest hit we've seen the whole day, and we saw it from an amazing angle.
Yeah.
We saw it, like, really was.
It was a frontside aerial in a Sylt short break
bowl. That was like a bowl, like proper vert. Come on, let's see her face. Get the camera in the face, because that is going to be the biggest smile. Are we going to see tears? We're going to see a lot of tears today. I'll be crying.
I don't know if they know the results yet.
They definitely don't know. I'm sure they don't know. She knows she hit it, though.
Yeah,
she will know.
That's true.
You know when you've hit it. You're coming in looking at all your mates to see the, yeah, you hit it. Yeah, we got to keep an eye on her. Someone's going to tell her officially at some point. Oh, man, that's, like I said, float and ride, tactical. Alfie Hart's there on the spot. Get the tears, Alfie. Get the tears. There might not be any tears. It's not over yet. They're in the final. I mean, you got to keep your emotions in check right now. Maria Behrings and Marine Hunter are in the women's single elimination final. Sarah Kita walks off. I think she's just heard Ingo Meyer will be on the tannoy. They're probably just making sure it's totally official. Here they go. I think they're going to break the news.
Wow. What an exciting moment. Is this the first final of her career? It must be.
Yeah, 100%. Wow. One happy French woman.
It's my second time beating her, actually. We had similar conditions in Morocco like a couple of years ago. But like Sam was like, but yeah, that feels intense, guys.
Amazing. Looks tricky out there.
It is. It is.
All right. Well done.
Thanks.
Are they live?
Yeah.
They are live.
Marine, we're live on the live stream. You've just beaten Sarah Kita. How does it feel?
Amazing, really. I mean, she said great, and I was like, this was definitely not a show heat. But yeah, I'm just so happy. Like, the heat was really hard. It was hard to catch the right waves. But yeah, she said great, and yeah, I think it was a tough battle.
What do you think gave you the edge in these conditions?
No idea. Maybe I went for a bit more risky stuff, I think. But you never know how judges are gonna, reward this. So yeah, I just did my thing, and I'm so happy it worked.
How do you feel about going up against Maria Berens now?
She's also a really good surfer. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, she's great too.
Awesome, well, good luck.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, there we go. Maureen Hunter making her first ever final. We're going to look at some slow-mos from the heat. I'm surprised. I wanted to see her go, yeah, and I hit that thing, and but this was at the beginning of the heat. This was one of Sarah Keita's first waves.
Beautiful turn.
That looked tasty.
She's sailing well. Nothing can be taken away from Sarah.
It's difficult as well. 18-minute heat. It's a long heat, isn't it? Bam.
Boom.
I mean,
look at the whitewater bounce back up from that. You know, that's something when I'm trying to evaluate how much power is in a wave, I look at what happens after the lip comes down. And if the lip just kind of crumbles and fades away, there's not a lot of power. If it bounced back up higher than the wave was even before, you know, there was a lot of power in that section.
100%. There we go. We have set up Maureen Hunter and Maria Bering's final. I'm here with Graham Ezzy, obviously. He has won here before in Sylt. Are you actually an official German champion? You're not German, but can you?
I am not German. I think so. I think so. They were kind of disappointed. So they invited me to come to compete in the German championships here a few years ago, and I don't think they expected me to win. And then I beat Leon in the final, but all the press, it was just Leon Jamur comes second. I wasn't mentioned at all.
Perfect. Okay, well, we're going to be obviously here to bring you the finals. We're going to sail the winners' final first because the wind is meant to go onshore. They want to guarantee that first and second get split in a fair heat. So that's the heat we're going to find out first. There will be a heat break. We're going to go quickly to the adverts, and then we will be back to review the run in. That's the plan. So join us in a few minutes. Okay.
Irgendwo da draußen ist er, der perfekte Urlaub, wo die Zeit stillsteht und man glücklich ist und man spürt, dass immer jemand für dich da ist. Lass dich treiben. Komm mit.
Schauinslandreisen. Urlaub in besten Händen.
Got to be. Gemeinsam für euch. Ultra starker Halt. Den ganzen Tag. Für matte Looks. Auf jeder Welle. Sofortiges Volumen im Handumdrehen. Got to be. For whoever you want to be.
Heineken celebrates 150 years of the perfect serve. It should be served in its purest form.
More ice?
Quality brew with malt hops and water for a crisp taste that needs nothing else.
Can I get some limes, por favor?
Pour at 45-degree angle and sculpt to perfection.
Sparen war gestern. Jetzt einfach anlegen mit Smarvesto. Die digitale Vermögensverwaltung mit künstlicher Intelligenz. Smarvesto analysiert täglich die Märkte der ETFs und ETCs und optimiert Ihre Geldanlage. Jetzt einfach anlegen auf smarvesto.de.
Tja, unser Buddy hatte eine OP vor 2 Wochen. Da ging's ihm ganz schön schlecht. Zum Glück hat die Hanse Merkur die Tierklinik bezahlt. Und jetzt sind alle wieder glücklich.
Eine Leistung unserer Tierversicherung. Hand in Hand ist Hanse Merkur. Ausgezeichnet von Stiftung Warentest.
Volkswagen.
Escaping reality and reconnecting with yourself. Adventure awaits.
Okay, so there you go. We are back. Obviously, there is a heat break, and it's an 18-minute heat, so we've probably got like 15 minutes, 10 minutes until the final. They are going to sail the winners' final first. So Maureen Hunter going against Maria Behrings. Both of these girls have never been in a 5-star PWA final, 100%. Going against each other, so both like new to this. A win on either side would be massive. I mean, even just getting on the podium, I think, would be massive. But one of them can potentially win this. And again, but there's a double elimination coming. So, you know, one of them will definitely be second, and one of them would definitely be third. We don't know what's going to happen in the double. Potentially, someone could come through and beat them both. But they have definitely got the advantage, and there's no guarantee that we get more conditions. Who knows?
I don't think there will be a double. I think if there are conditions, they'll run the men.
Yeah. So this could be it. This is massive. This is such a big heat. Let's have a look at the comments, because there's mixed comments, you know, and I'd be interested to know who sails in these conditions. I think people who like to sail in these conditions will be saying these conditions are epic. Maybe you might have some slalom guys who are not into this, or pozo guys, you know, I'm not saying pozo guys are like this, but you know, someone who sails in strong winds, that's all they do, saying, well, this is light, this isn't windsurfing. I totally disagree, because I love these type of conditions. What's your thoughts? What's?
I think these conditions can be a lot of fun. I love sailing when it's light wind. As long as you have some waves, it's really fun.
I was saying before, the main thing that we're looking for in these competitions is, can you tell the difference between the two riders? Now, there'll be a few people, I'm guessing, out there going, yeah, but Sarah Keita, she's this, she's that, she's that. But in these conditions, we saw Maureen Hunter's level is upped. Is definitely up. Like, can Sarah Keita beat Maureen in these conditions? Yes, totally. But in that 18-minute period, Maureen found that one wave, and that was the difference maker. That one hit, that one wave, and that's what sport for me comes down to, and that's what heat sailing is all about. If we did the best of 10, then sport becomes less interesting, because you miss out on those moments of peak performance, you know, which you maybe can't repeat every day, every minute of every day, but it's about finding them in the moments when you need them. And I think, yeah, that was definitely the best wave, the best hit. The other waves were quite similar on a few of the levels. We saw Sarah Keita get some great waves, but that one big one that made the difference, it was definitely Maureen Hunter.
What I'd like to see as well in these conditions is that it draws from a different set of skills. In Pozo, when you're on a 3-7 and you have knee to waist high waves, it is a very different thing to ride a wave than here, where you have head high waves with not much wind, and you really have to get your power from the wave. Your timing has to be on point, your placement on the wave has to be on point, your wave selection has to be on point. In Pozo, you can cheat because you have so much wind, you can get around the section, and often the waves are so small that there's really not much consequence to it. There are rare events where we do have bigger waves in the competition, like in the single elimination this year, but that is rare. Normally the waves are quite small, there's very little consequence to them, whereas here there is some consequence. You know, if you hit that bowly section on the shore break, you can break your mast, you can be out of the rest of the heat if it goes wrong.
Yeah. I mean, I like I said, I'm baby biased because I enjoy these type of conditions. That's pretty much it for me. I think you could tell the difference. You could tell people stepped up in these conditions. We see different players, you know, fighting it out. Is it easy? No. Is it better than Fiji Cloud Break? Well, no, but it's different. That's the whole idea of a champion. It's having all these different competitions, one in Cloud Break, Maui, Pozo, you know, why not have a smaller down the line? You've got to feel the wave. Yeah, there's going to be a bit of luck, but have you ever watched a surfing heat? Sometimes literally 2 set waves come through. If you are not in position, you lose the heat. And this happens a lot in surfing. We don't see it so much in windsurfing because we haven't been to those type of venues. Again, smaller, and this is Sylt. It's a 5-star event, but it can count the same as Fiji. What's your take on that? Because an organizer is paying money. If you have to wait for the conditions to rival Cloudbreak Fiji here in Sylt, we're never going to have a competition here ever.
So I think that the makeup of the World Tour is good if it includes a variety of conditions. We don't want it to all be Fiji. Then it's just a down-the-line, port-tack, big, heavy wave tour. It's not a world tour. And so we want to have Fiji, we want to have Hokipa, we want to have Pozo, and we want to have this. And then we have a variety of conditions, and it's a true world tour that tests the ability of the athletes in these different areas of windsurfing. I think it's really a shame in the past when we've had years that is decided by Pozo, because then it becomes an onshore port-tack jumping tour. And the direction that we've moved in the tour, which is a conscious direction from the tour management towards having this variety, is really good for the sport and really good for testing the skill of the athletes.
Yeah, there's definitely some comments coming in. Let me have a look. What have we got? We got Mr. Matteo Predrani, who's one of the biggest fellas in windsurfing. 5'8" for wave sailing. You might as well borrow some of the foil dude's equipment. Well, no, but that's, again, it's a lighter wind. You know, different skills are available. And, you know, when it's 3-3 weather, is anyone saying, well, that's not fair for the small guys getting blown around, you know? So there's definite people who benefit or maybe like it. Sail in it. Maybe people grow up in it. They are better. You know, Maria Behrings is from Germany. She's probably sailed here quite a lot. And she looked a different, for want of a better word, animal in these conditions. She looked just...
Definitely comfortable.
Yeah, she was so comfortable and looked in sync. And it was a definite up from what I've seen before.
If it's too windy, I feel like it's really difficult to keep the connection with the wave because the wind is pulling you off. And so to have what I really love about wave riding, which is that really strong connection with the ocean, I don't like to have too much wind.
I agree. I'm totally with you. Like, I do like this. I can feel where the wave is, and it's all about reading the wave. Like, it maybe if you're not used to these conditions, you're not looking at the wave the same as maybe I am or same as Graham is. I'm looking at that wave going, okay, there's that section, that's doubling up there. I've got to get a nice turn on the first, but not too much on the back foot, because then I'm not going to make the second section. And then you're thinking, if I hit the second section, am I going full bore where I know that's my last hit, or am I going to get an extra bit? And you're thinking about all these things. So it is a really tactical battle. And maybe if you don't sail in these conditions, you are looking at it totally differently. You're just going, well, they're not planing. They're not doing any jumps.
I think having the right gear is also really important. So one of the things that I tell people when I'm coaching is you got to make sure that your favorite board is not killing your gains. You know, sometimes you have a favorite board that is a small board and you really like how it turns, but then that keeps you from enjoying conditions like this. And one of the best ways to get more time on the water and get better is to have a big board that you really like sailing. And so having a board that's big that you can stand on, that's a boat, but also turns well, and you've figured out how to turn well, and maybe it takes some trying different boards and some experimenting to get the fins and the foot straps set up to learn how to push it. But once you have that good floater, it makes these conditions fun. It makes it so that you're happy and excited to get out, even when it's light, as long as there are some waves.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. And big boards have got so much better. And I mean, anyone who follows me will know I've got a 99 litre, which sounds massive, and everyone will say, oh, shut up. But I have a 99 litre Flywave, and I'm not joking. I went on it just because people were asking me about it. And I was skeptical. I was thinking, it's too big for me, 99, but I just want to feel it just so if the people ask me, I can kind of got an opinion, like how it turns. I was like blown away. I was like, actually, this is super fun. Alessio went on at the same time and he probably did his best turn of the session. I was joking about it early today. I said, have you brought a 99? His biggest board here is an 85. To me, that's too small. I was saying he needs something bigger because a big board that turns just opens up everything. You've got more speed. You've got to be able to turn. Can't just be a big board. Like you say, it's got to be a big board you've tried, you like, and it fits with your sailing. Everyone sails differently, and I think there's different configurations and there's different boards that can help that for sure. And again, the sails as well. You know, some of the, again, I don't want to say 5-batten sail or 4-batten sails, but there are different sails. With some have got more drive, some are built better for higher wind sailing, and there are definitely better sails for kind of these type of conditions, which you've got more drive out of the sail and you can keep more speed coming up to the lip, and you've got a little bit off the top. It doesn't kind of die on you. Again, you're not going to change all your equipment, but it is worth thinking about. If you sail in these type of conditions, having a big set of equipment that fits, it can be so beneficial. Just looking at this comment, the red board. Waves look all right. Good for free sail, for sure. Good for a 5-star event? I don't know. You can't really call this epic when you look at the waves at other events. And me, personally, I think we've seen more, again, from Maureen Hunter and Maria Behrens, obviously they're in the final, but I've seen more to tell me about their skill level at this event than I have at the others. So I can instantly tell they are so comfortable in these conditions, and you see a different person out there. Like, you're instantly, I'm looking at them different, going, all right.
It's a different test of skill,
yeah.
And we can really see the work that Maureen has done, Maria has done to get to this level. And if we were not competing in these conditions, we wouldn't see it.
Yeah, totally agree. And that's what you said before about it being a world tour. We want to see different conditions that test the riders. You know, I like this. I really do. There's a lot going on in these conditions, which maybe if you don't sail them, you maybe not see it. And that I don't want to sound condescending, but it is really true. When you do kind of open up that light wind float and ride, and I know there'll be people out there that have done it. I know someone who always said, windsurfing, it's called windsurfing. You need wind. Hated float and ride. Now, absolutely love it. You know, and there is a moment where you find that changeover. Okay, heard 2 minutes until the start of this heat.
I have, on Maui, I have a 90...
Well, hang on, before you say that, I've been told we want to see some beautiful impressions from Sylt. That's what we want to see before the start of this one. So let's cut to the beautiful impressions from Sylt, and then we'll go straight back to the final. Well, I thought we were going to show you some beautiful impressions. Real big crash, Benedetti. Okay, there we go, back to the final. If you are just tuning in, we have got float and ride conditions here in Sylt. We've got the women's final. Now, 2 names are in this final. You're thinking, some of you might not have ever heard of them before. It is possible. If you are new to windsurfing, you've only been looking at the names that have been at the top of the tree. Sarah Keita, Offringer, you know, Lena Erpenspin's been in there, Dida Moreno. We have got 2 newbies in the final, their first ever finals. The wind is definitely getting lighter. I have to say that. Maria Behrens in this final on the duotone red sail, and Maureen Hunter from France on the blue and yellow.
You know, their names might not be as common, and this might be their first time in the final, but they've been pushing for a long time. Maureen, I've seen her training on Maui, in Cabo Verde. She's shown up in Morocco. She was on one of my masterclass wave sailing training weeks. She's really putting in a lot of work, serious work into her wave riding, and Maria as well. And it's paying off.
100%. She has been putting in the work. Again, it always does pay off, let's be honest. Like, a lot of the time you think, oh, these girls come out of nowhere, or this guy's come out of nowhere. They haven't. They've been absolutely grafting behind the scenes, and then suddenly it just takes that little bit of luck, that little bit of fortune, something going your way.
Having these conditions.
Yeah, having the conditions that you like, you know, and
Ooh,
that
there's a
can
good wave behind. I don't know if she'll be able to get it though. She might be too late. Do you think she can set up for an off the lip on that? I think so. I think so.
Oh, just missed it. There's not much in that. It's gone a bit maybe onshore now. It is meant to go round onshore. It's meant to pick up. So, oh no, it looks pretty side shore on the flags. But not too bad.
It's forecasted to shift more onshore to the point where, so we're port tack, so wind from the left, side shore. It's meant to shift through full onshore to onshore from the right in the next 2 hours. So we're looking at a big change in the wind over the course of the next 2 hours, if it does what is forecasted.
Yeah, 100%. Just looking through the comments on YouTube as we're waiting to put down some first scores in this final. Got light wind wave ride means I am windsurfing more. It's great practice. Yeah, got set up. How about sup board with a sail? For me, not an option.
You wouldn't be able to turn the same way that you can turn on a waveboard.
You've got to be able to work the board, so you don't want something too crazy big. The board has to fit with what you want to do, and especially in these waves, they're quite pockety, so you want to fit in them. So you don't want something too big or too, a flat rockered Euro board for these conditions might not be the board, because you've got, Marine I think has got, I could be wrong, is that like a pyramid style quattro? I don't know the graphics these days, but it looks like it's got a real lot of vert in it. It goes really vertical. Yes. And she's been using it to good effect. Interesting question. How do they come up with a star system for the events? I think it's pretty much money.
No? Not quite. No. So it's I was still on the board while this was being worked out. So I used to be on the PWA management board. I am no longer. I stepped down at the end of last year. But it's a combination of money, so prize money, and value to the sailors. So that includes things like free accommodation, etc. And conditions.
Yep.
So the better the conditions are, the happier the sailors are with a higher star value, even if the prize money is lower. So I think that there was no prize money, for example, in Fiji, but some of the best waves we've seen on tour over the last 20 years. And here, the waves are not at that level, and there's significantly more prize money.
Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. More prize money here, and we got crowd, you've got media, you've got like guys new guys are just taking over the event organization, and I think it's going to get even bigger. There's talking about other things. Obviously, the judges will be looking at conditions all the time. If they think it's not completable, there we go. There we go. So I was just about to say, I just wanted to say the guys at home are now tuning in and listening to what we said before. It's definitely got worse.
It has.
And I was just about to say that, but we've just heard the hooter go, so the heat has been cancelled. And I think that's a good decision. It definitely didn't have the same feel that the other heats had. Yes, there were light winds before, but it just was better.
As a spectator, I would have liked to see it go a little bit longer before canceling, just in case this is a lull, a minute-long lull. But as a competitor, I want those heats canceled as soon as possible, because it just messes up your flow, it messes up everything when the conditions
The only thing is, the longer they leave it, the more chance that one person, let's say could get one big hit, and then you're like, oh, now what do we do? Yeah. If we cancel this now, it's not really fair. And so I think that their feeling is, the quicker we feel that it's not completable, we get rid of it, just in case there's that one moment, and then it feels unfair to the one person.
I think that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
But stressful times now. Is it counting result already? Because
for sure.
Yeah.
They're down.
So it would be an equal first and an equal third.
Yes.
Okay, because we are down to the final four competitors in that fight for the podium. On the other side of the draw, Justina Shaddy going against Sarah Kita off Ringer. So big battle is going to go on for that third place.
I'm not sure how that affects the overall, because then there would shared points for third is going to be less than an unshared third position. I don't know if that will have an effect in the final results.
Good point. I need to check it. We got Adam saying, looking like it's getting lighter. Yes, that's why they just cancelled it. So yeah. Billy, what's he saying? It's a bit float and nothing to ride today, but the swell is due to get bigger. I disagree. I think there was some little nuggets early. We were saying some of the girls getting 3 turns. We were seeing some big 1-hit turns, and we were seeing some good 2-hit turns. for me, it was enough to judge. There was very rarely, there was some consequential waves. Like I said, for example, the Marine Hunter wave. It was pretty obvious that was the best hit we saw today. And it's not a luck that she got it, because she was having vertical hits the whole day. And we saw opportunities to do it as well. So
there were moments where there were peaks up to 2 meters. We've often had competitions in Pozo where the biggest wave of the whole event is 1 meter.
Yeah.
So we cannot complain about the wave size.
Yeah. Tom Pin, I doubt they have the budget to travel with more than 2 or 3 boards, someone says.
I don't have the budget to travel with more than two or three boards, but you don't need that many boards. The days of needing 12 boards, in my opinion, are over.
I agree.
The boards have gotten so much better. I can use my boards in Europe and in Maui, and they work well. I mean, yes, I have some other specialty boards, but I have boards that work well in both places that I'm happy to take anywhere in the world, and that wasn't the case 10 years ago for me.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's definitely, there's been some great board development going on, and there's some really good all-round boards, which typically are production boards now. You know, the best all-round boards that a lot of the brands are making are their production boards. Have, you know, some of the top guys got different boards for, you know, places like Fiji and Hookeeper? Probably yes. You know, these are the top guys in the world. They need these little tweaks, and sometimes it's not much of a tweak, but it's a little tweak that a lot of the guys out there probably wouldn't, you know, need, or it was designed for that actually specific rider. But a lot of the production board now, and I've been on quite a lot of them, there's some really great boards out there. I mean, you obviously riding for, who are you riding for now?
Taboo.
Taboo,
so
still,
I work with Fabian.
Yeah.
Fabian Vollenweider for my shapes, and I get a lot of customs. I was just in Marseille where he has his workshop, and we were working on some new boards. But what I always explain to people is that the customs are less general. They're more specific. So they're worse for someone that is sailing a variety of conditions or has fewer boards. You know, if I'm getting 6, 7, 8 boards a year, I can have boards that are really specialized and that are maybe just for Hookeeper or just for a certain place. But if you're getting 1 board every 3 years and you want it to work in a variety of conditions, the production boards are made for that.
Yeah.
And I travel, so I have my DeCurve production boards. I love the 88, I love the 82, and those are what I would travel with, because if I don't know what the conditions I'm going to get, I know that those boards will be really good whatever conditions come. Whereas I've got funky asymmetrics or really long boards for Hookeeper or Jaws or these bigger waves that I love in those conditions, but it doesn't make sense to travel with them because what if I get conditions that are different, then those boards don't work anymore.
100%. And that's like the guys at home. That's why the production boards are like the production boards are.
Exactly.
Because a lot of you guys are going to need a board that is an all-round board, unless you've got a very big van and a very big budget, and then you can get a bit, you know, crazy. But yeah, and different people live in different places, so obviously there are different ranges. So yeah, that's where we go. And if you are just tuning in, women's final, we are waiting for the women's final. Conditions have got worse. The wind has dropped a little bit out. It is meant to go more onshore. And as we started that final, it wasn't looking like we had earlier. They wasn't making as many waves. So at the moment, we're on hold. We're going to play some adverts, and we will be back as soon as we have some action on the water.
Irgendwo da draußen ist der perfekte Urlaub, wo die Zeit stillsteht und man glücklich ist und man spürt, dass immer jemand für dich da ist. Lass dich treiben. Komm mit.
Schauinslandreisen.
Urlaub in besten Händen.
Got to be. Gemeinsam für euch. Ultra starker Halt. Den ganzen Tag. Für matte Looks. Auf jeder Welle. Sofortiges Volumen im Handumdrehen. Got to be. For whoever you want to be.
Heineken celebrates 150 years of the perfect serve. It should be served in its purest form.
More ice?
Quality brew with malt hops and water for a crisp taste that needs nothing else.
Can I get some limes, por favor?
Pour at 45-degree angle and sculpt to perfection.
Side black, boom, white.
Sparen war gestern. Jetzt einfach anlegen mit Smarvesto. Die digitale Vermögensverwaltung mit künstlicher Intelligenz. Smarvesto analysiert täglich die Märkte der ETFs und ETCs und optimiert Ihre Geldanlage. Jetzt einfach anlegen auf smarvesto.de.
Tja, unser Buddy hatte eine OP vor 2 Wochen. Da ging es ihm ganz schön schlecht. Zum Glück hat die Hanse Merkur die Tierklinik bezahlt. Und jetzt sind alle wieder glücklich.
Eine Leistung unserer Tierversicherung. Hand in Hand ist Hanse Merkur. Ausgezeichnet von Stiftung Warentest.
Volkswagen.
Escaping reality and reconnecting with yourself. Adventure awaits.
kurze Update nochmal. Nächster Heat auf dem Wasser. Das Finale, toi toi toi, der Damen in der Disziplin Wave-Riding. Aber dazu benötigen wir nach Möglichkeit ein bisschen mehr Wind, aber vor allen Dingen mehr Wellen. Wasser fängt jetzt wieder an abzulaufen. Das bedeutet, es wird sich hier wieder was tun. Ob die Bedingungen sich verbessern oder verschlechtern, das gilt es abzuwarten. Momentan also Unterbrechung der Wettbewerb. competitors next to Triple Mountain will come up at 2:45 with the first box will start at 2:55. Once again, our competitors running the weight series next to 10 minutes and the first box will start at 10 minutes. Wird also weiter abgewartet. Nächstes Announcement in 10 Minuten. Erster möglicher Start. Da kann man eigentlich mal dazu sagen, dass das tatsächlich nicht realistisch ist, wenn wir mal aus Wasser gucken. Die Bedingungen haben sich überhaupt nicht verbessert. Im Gegenteil, jetzt ein 90 Grad Winddreher. Wir warten schon sprechen, dass der Südwind heute in der guten Luft erlebt hat. Und jetzt hat er den Rest gedreht.
Oh, there we go. We're on. Just a little bit of an update of what is going on. Obviously, I'm here with Graham Ezzy. We can see there's still quite a few people online. We've just sailed all the early rounds in the women's heat. We're through to the finals, but obviously the wind just shut off in that final. It was light anyway, and then it went even lighter. We're on announcements at the moment, and the rain has just started raining and coming down, so that means the wind should go on shore. So it's not looking good. But I thought what we could do is come on, answer your questions. So if you're on YouTube, let us know if you've got any questions for Graham. I know there's probably a few questions on there already, actually. Obviously, Graham Ezzy knows about Ezzy. So if you've got any Ezzy questions, I'm sure you could throw them in. Obviously, he's sponsored by Taboo Boards, and just in general, you know, wave sailing and questions. I'm sure it might be a good opportunity while you guys are out there. If you've got any questions, just hit us up. Obviously, I've got a little bit of knowledge on windsurfing as well, and I'm sure I can chip in some nuggets. So we have got rain squalls coming down. If you are just tuning in, you've missed the action so far. We have got two newbies in the final, Maria Behrings and Marine Hunter in the final. I think that's the first time that has ever happened in my time as a commentator, where you've got two girls that have never been in the final together for the first time.
I can't think of another
example. I can't. It's so, and again, it's coincided with different results. I spoke to Sarah Keita before. She said actually she saw Marine's both hits, and she was like, yeah, I'm in a bit of trouble here. You know, she knew she needed to find something, and that's it. And then obviously Maria Behrings had some really good hits in the first one. I think we should have a look outside to see the conditions, so you guys at home can see exactly what conditions we are dealing with right now, because I'm not sure you want to look at us two. It's a bit nerving where we're on this big TV in front of us, and all I can see is my face looking back at myself. So if you do have any questions, let me know. I saw one here earlier from, it was a taboo question, Graham, actually.
Yeah, we can also talk about coaching. Both Ben and I, in the last few years, have been doing a lot of coaching, windsurfing coaching, high-level windsurfing coaching. I've actually coached Marine.
Yeah.
So Marine, who's in the final, she came on one of my masterclass weeks in 2020, I think it was. We were working together, and she's a part of my community. I've got a online community of, at the beginning there were not that many people. Now we've got about 6,000, and she's been in it for
it's a lot. That's off a group on Facebook.
Correct.
So I think pretty much anyone can join that.
Yeah, it's all free. It's a private community, so you do have to answer the questions. If you don't answer the questions, you won't be admitted.
I have a confession. I actually signed up because someone messaged me and said, hey Ben, you should answer this question, and I went to answer the question. I was like, oh, I can't get in. And then I had to fill in some questions. I can't remember what they were. So I think I'm in now, because I see it's quite an active group. I keep seeing things popping up on my timeline all the time. So if you're into, well, especially wave sailing, I think it's more wave sailing focused.
It's wave sailing focused,
yeah,
completely.
So if you're into wave sailing, improving your wave sailing, it's definitely worth being on there, because it's kind of like a forum as well. I mean, that's pretty much what it is.
It started with me answering questions that people had, but it's evolved into something so much greater, where there's this whole community from around the world that acts as a resource for everyone else.
Yeah.
So if someone has a question about a specific board, like let's say the 2007 Taboo de Curve or whatever it is, someone else might have an opinion on it, even though, you know, that's a board from however many years ago, and I wouldn't have that knowledge. And so it's a great community. There's a huge wealth of knowledge there.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, there was a question here. This is what I saw before. What's your take on Da Bomb? I'm guessing that's a taboo board, isn't it?
It is.
Graham, or on the onshore Euro boards in general?
So the Da Bombs are fun boards. I like the 84, so I have the Da Bomb 84. The Da Bomb has replaced the Pocket. So if you've been following the taboo boards for some years, there used to be the Pocket, which was a more onshore board. There was a time where there was both, or there was all three boards, the Curve, the Pocket, and the Da Bomb. But now I would say that the Da Bomb is closer to what the Pocket has always historically been, which is a straighter rocker, more back foot pressure oriented board that's made for softer waves. I don't like the Europe Hokipa comparison, because my De Curves work really well in Europe as well. It's more about how powerful the waves are and about where you're pressing. So because the boards have straighter rockers and wider tails on the bombs, you need to be more back foot
Yeah. And can I just get this clear? It's not a bad thing sailing back foot. You know, like it depends, because it's been, I think, like back in the day when I got into wave sailing, go, oh, back foot sailor, and there's this. What is that? I think that's the question I'm going to ask, because when I'm wave sailing, I use my back foot a lot sometimes, depending on the conditions, depending on the board, depending on how it is. So it's not a bad thing. When people talk about back foot as a bad thing, it's when people are stalling everything and they're not generating speed and pushing forwards in the beginning of the bottom turn. But as you're coming off the bottom, most of the time, if you're sailing onshore conditions and stuff like this, you really got to pivot it round sometimes, again, depending on the board. If it's
wave sailing, surfing is very back foot.
Yeah,
driven.
that's what I mean. But
and the wider your tail is, the more volume you have in the back, the more you're going to have to press on that back foot to get the board engaged in the turn. But you can press too much, and what you see sometimes when people are learning wave sailing is they're pressing mainly with their back foot, digging the tail in, and that's stopping the board.
Yes.
So instead of doing a turn using more rail of the board, they're getting that tail sunk in and stopping.
Yeah.
But something that I say in my coaching, which is, I think, really helpful, and it's something that Nick Baker told me. I remember when I started on tour, Nick was still competing. Younger guys might not remember who Nick Baker was, but he is a legend.
He's won the Aloha Classic.
He might be one of, I don't know if he's the only one, but there are very few Europeans who have won the Aloha Classic.
He might be the only one. He's probably one of the most underrated sailors, I think. When you look at his repertoire, how big he was, what he was doing, his indoor performance, like I say, winning Who Keeper, which is mad, really, to be coming from Brighton and end up winning the Aloha Classic one day. You know, he's also done well in the racing over the years. He was also up there in the freestyle when they started the freestyle.
Incredibly high level, incredibly high fundamentals. And one thing he told me when I started on the tour and going to different spots, port tack, starboard tack, port tack, starboard tack, one thing he said is that what I always tell myself to make sure that I'm pressing equally footed, because I think that's the thing, is you don't want to be all on your front foot. You want to be equally footed in your pressure. Says I think about my hips, and I want to make sure that my hips are pointed into the turn. So the hips are pointing towards the toes rather than the hips pointing towards the nose of the board.
Yeah.
And that's something that really clicked for me, because back foot, front foot, how do you think about where you're pressing? It's so hard. But you can really think about where your hips are turning. And so if you turn your hips towards the nose of the board, and if you're just standing on your board and you do that, you'll see that all your weight goes to your back foot. If you turn those hips towards your toes into the turn, then suddenly you've got more equal pressure on your feet.
It makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, we talk about it in forward loops and everything. I always talk about hips. It's very difficult to talk about your foot because it doesn't work like that. It's this top bit controls where the bottom bit goes. That's why everyone talks about the top half of your body moving, the bottom half almost follows. So, yeah, makes a big difference. Big difference.
Yeah, the hips are really important for everything. I think this is off topic, but for tabletops as well, I think the biggest mistake that I see amateurs make when they're trying to do tabletops is they're leading the movement from their feet rather than from their core and from their hips.
Tweak push loop.
Same thing.
Same. You've got to lock the hips over the side, not just kick your feet. If you kick your feet, it ain't working.
I think of it like a whip or like a dish towel. You know, when you flick a dish towel?
Yeah.
And that power is coming from your wrist, and in this example is the hips, and then your feet are just following.
Yeah.
But all of that power is coming from your core, and then the feet follow, and they do that whippy kick, and then come back around.
Same as golf. All of it comes from here, and the end is just the hands, but most of the power is coming from the middle. I'm into a bit of golf. I know that's going to upset a few people. Got to love a bit of golf. What have we got here? Birdie on the wave says, I have a Taboo 3S in 96. And I love it in our choppy conditions here. I weigh 55 kilos, and this is my light to mid-wind board. That's interesting because I remember that 3S being quite slalomy, but then someone told me they have two different versions.
There was a year where I was writing the Taboo text, and what I came up with to describe the 3S was an all-sea board, because I think it's really analogous to an all-mountain ski, where it's a board that is designed for this variety of conditions. You can free ride on it, freestyle on it, and wave ride on it. And it's
like a bump and jumpy,
and there's
fast.
There's compromises, of course, when you're trying to do all of those things, but that's really what it's designed to do. It's designed to be this board for all conditions.
Okay, interesting. Alexander says, I live in France. You showing off or Normandy? Well, I won't go to Handstone as a beginner. Okay. What have we got here? Gustav saying, would be fun if it turned northwest to see the final in starboard tack. I mean, it'd be interesting. That we're talking, obviously, the conditions we had this morning was cross shore, port tack, down the line. I actually just spoke to Marine, and she's like, obviously pretty happy, but she said she just felt good. It was just nice to be in conditions which was, and she's beaten, I think, Sarah Kita in Morocco. I think that's what she said.
Right.
In similar conditions, but the other way around. I think that's what she said.
That's what she said.
I kind of went,
attack.
oh yeah. So it's not like a one-off. And then it made me think, oh, when did she finish in Morocco? I should really find that out. But I did cover myself earlier by saying 5-star event. Well, Morocco was a 5-star event, was it? I don't know. I should know these things. What else have we got? Gentlemen, side onshore cutback. How to do not to get your... Oh, how do you do it? So your sail powered up, so it doesn't power up too much during the cutback.
So Oliver, I think you're asking, how do you cut back in side onshore conditions without getting too much power in the sail? Because sometimes that sail can load up and then
off the top,
pull you over off the top.
Off the top. I tell you what, I definitely have a sneaky thing, which might not be a sneaky thing.
What is it?
Which is you can take your backhand off, and don't be scared to take your backhand off. Obviously, there's a lot more to it than just taking your backhand off, but essentially it is that. Once you're off the top and you're opening up the clue, it's sometimes, like you say, if it's powered up conditions, it can want to go further than you can manage it. And obviously then, your hand holds the power and then you get powered up off the top. But if you actually let go and just use the front hand to control it, so maybe you slide your front hand a little bit further forwards so you can hang off it, you can get your weight back, you can kind of counter balance it, you've already got the drive, you've got the commitment, and then the sail just like hinges open. That's what I would say, moving your hand forward also helps.
I think taking the backhand off is such a good exercise. This is something I recommend to everyone, actually, because it forces you to use the board in the cutback instead of using the sail to steer it around. So one of my big tenets in coaching is that you want to be using the power of the wave and the board when you're cutting back. You do not want to be using the sail, because the sail is pulling you upright, the sail is pulling you over. It's the opposite of what you want happening in the cutback. Another point which can help give you more control is to make sure that you're very low. I think about hanging from the boom in the cutback, especially in the onshore conditions, getting that butt low. It's like you're sitting down, butt low, your butt's almost touching the water, and that allows you to press on that board, get the rail set, and have a lot of control, and it doesn't matter as much what the wind is
But you
doing.
got to hang, like Graham says, because if you don't hang, you pull the sail on top of you. And the worst thing is, when you pull the sail on top of you, especially in an onshore cutback, you're pushing the board, the white water catches the board, it pushes the board away, the sail goes even further on top of you, and then you kind of run out. So, hanging off, like you said there, one-handed, getting your weight down, keeping that sail up, getting the pressure on the board. I would say they're all pretty good tips.
The other thing that I would say as well is that you really want the wave to do the work of the cutback for you. So your placement on the wave is really important. And if you're on a place in the wave where there's not a lot of power, then you're having to use the sail, and then it can be difficult because the sail can pull you over or pull you somewhere in a place that you don't want to be. And so it's really important that you're on the right place on the wave. And so the way I like to talk about it is you want to start at a power source and make sure you're going to a power source. And there's different things we can talk about in terms of how you see that in a wave, but it's really crucial, because if you're trying to do the cutback on the wrong place, on a flat part of the wave, it's just not going to work. All the technique in the world will not make it happen.
Yeah, you just think about it as you need. If you think of these velodromes with the cyclists that go round, they're steep at the sides, because once they get up speed, they can press against the sides of it. If that velodrome was flat, once they get up to speed, they're banking over. There's going to be a point where you lose grip on the tires. You think about it on a wave, the steeper the wave, the more you can press against it, redirect yourself, get power back in your sail. Because also you'll have the problem that you say getting overpowered off the top. A lot of people run out of power because they close it. And that's a lot of the time they come up to turn, they press, but then as they're pressing, because it's onshore, they're then pressing into nothing. And then that kind of skids out, and you lose all that as well. So there's definitely a few things.
One other point that I want to make, because I think it's really important, is in the cutback, you don't want to think about moving the board laterally like this. You want to think about moving it side to side. So you're trying to get the board on the heels. You're not trying to push out the tail and pull in the nose. And that will make a big difference.
I tell you, we had exactly that on, like we obviously do the Send It Academy in Cape Town, and that was like sometimes a big thing for people. As soon as you get them on the heels and they're putting the board on the heels and something to push against, it's just a different thing. And you see it with recreational sailors, where they do a turn, the board stays very flat, the fins sort of skid out, they feel like they've done this slashy, slidey turn. But I know as soon as they learn to use the rail, and then it breaks, but in a controlled way rather than a skidding way, there's a huge difference.
There's a huge difference between a turn that's just a slide out and a turn where there's so much rail engaged forward in the board that the fins come loose.
Yeah,
those are really different turns.
Totally.
And one is lame and the other is
and
amazing.
Until you've done the drifting turn, that sort of fin skidding can feel good. The difference you'll find is when it's skidding, you can't get it back under control when you want it. When you have the drift and your body weight's right, you kind of feel that you've controlled, but it's like in a car when you're drifting. You can see those guys are playing with the accelerator. They're not just out of control skidding off down the road. They can kind of push more or not. With a skid.
And the tail is loose and slidey, but the forward rail, the nose rail is actually engaged.
And that's just front to back pressure, pressure on the front end, and the back end is kind of drifting. Let's have another look into the comments as well. Oh, blimmin' hell, hello. Got the big guns coming out. Jem Hall. He says, obviously Jem Hall, windsurfing coach, keep the sail open in the bottom turn and look out of your top turn. A lot of them slide the backhand back up the boom later. Onshore is so different. And it also depends how windy it is. What sort of wind are you dealing with? Are you overpowered? Because obviously onshore, you want to sail with a lot of power. It does help, but then having a lot of power in the bottom turn and can hinder you in the top turn. If you're underpowered, it's a whole different ball game. You're trying to get the power back in the sail off the top. So how you turn and how much you open the sail makes a big difference. A bit of yoga definitely helps, because I feel I'm pretty good at onshore sailing, but when I see some of my bottom turns, I look like I'm in the weirdest position sometimes. I'm like, you're so squeezed up just to get that clue open.
Well, that's the problem, is in onshore conditions, we're restricted by how far the sail can travel into the wind. So with your upper body, you're having to hold the sail in place, while with your lower body, you're twisting around to get that vertical turn.
You want the board more vertical, and the sail is like this. And honestly, there's some weird position I never even knew I could get into, especially at my age now, that's for sure. What we got? Jem Hall says, wise words from the legends. Graham Ben, thank you. There we go. Mark, what's he got? After 3 really different versions of the Essie Wave on the last 3 years, do you expect the current one is definite? I'm an Essie user.
So the Essie Wave for next year is the same as the Essie Wave for this year. We're really happy with how it works, and so we're not making making changes, and we're happy with a 2-year design cycle anyway. Okay. Whether there's going to be a change after that, I can't say, but at least for now, there are no plans to change the sail.
Okay, there we go. Straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak. Bomb Squid says the left looks great for surfing. I think Thomas Traverse is out there. I think Bals Muller. There's quite a few who have been out surfing on the bank. It looks like it's picked up, but it looks like it's also gone onshore.
I know. There's also a nice right that's coming off the groin.
Yeah, there's a few waves out there. Jem Hall. He's back with another tip. He says another key way to control power and drive out of the top turn is to get your ass outboard so you can carve hard on your heels to take you back upwind. Get down, James Brown. You gotta have the sayings. That's what I've learned as a coach. If you haven't got the sayings, you're not cutting it. That's for sure. Frederick, for more control in onshore, I have my front foot strap all the way in the front. I keep the back strap in the middle position. It helps me. So are you saying you move your foot straps for onshore? And
sounds like it.
Interesting.
I think that playing with your foot straps is something that everyone should do. Playing with your gear, playing with your fins, playing with your mast track position. It, first of all, helps you get more comfortable with your gear. Second of all, it helps you figure out the settings for specific conditions, because some conditions you'll want a higher boom, some you want a lower boom, some you want your fins farther forward. And if you don't spend the time playing with it, how are you going to know? And lastly, and this is actually I think the most important point, even though it's kind of the hidden one, is that it makes you a more versatile sailor. The more you sail on the same gear, so the same board and sail without changing any settings, the more you get stuck in that comfort zone. And then if you try a different board, even if it's a better board than what you were used to, it's going to feel so weird and strange you're not going to be able to sail it. And so the more you're used to adjusting your gear, the more you can adapt to new gear and also new conditions.
Yeah, I've seen it a lot of times before. Someone's had a board for so long, could be an old school board, let's say. They get maybe a new school board, which probably should be better for them, but the first couple of sessions on it, they're hating it. They're hating life. And they then go, oh, it's a shit board, whatever. It's not as simple as that. Sometimes you do need to adjust your style. If you haven't done it for a long time, it can take a few times, but then as soon as you get a new board and maybe you try something else and you get used to it, then you start to realize some boards are better at something, some boards are more all-round, some boards are more, dedicated, and maybe that old board, when you go back to it, might not feel as good as it did, and that's the same with harness lines. You try and get someone to change out of having very short harness lines. Maybe they sail on 22s, 24s, and you get them up to 30s or something, and for the whole clinic they are hating it, they're swearing, and by the end of it they are, and then they go back and then they look at you like, oh my god, these feel way shorter than they used to. And it's because you need some adjustment time, and sometimes you have to kind of push through, and it will make a difference in the end, I think, 100%.
I think with the harness lines, you also don't want to go too long. I see some people, they keep hearing, oh, you have to go long, and they end up with 36s, and then they're having to like really push their body out while they're sailing just to have tension between the harness and the boom, and that's too long. So you want to find the sweet spot.
I would say a lot of people have done that because the top guys, Cowley was one, a lot of the other riders do have 36s, 34s. I myself was using 34s for a bit, but I actually have gone down to 32s because I definitely was having problems with my back. For competing, one-handed stuff, whatever, I used to really like 34s, but for just general sailing, a little bit more tension. Again, I'm quite short anyway. I do have relatively long lines because I have a short boom. So I was kind of on the extreme side, but I really struggle to recommend smaller than 26s, like 28.
I think 28 is the lower
28
limit.
exactly.
I wouldn't go less. I use 28s, but I also use my harness so loose that it comes 6 inches off my body.
I kind of tell everyone, if they're really struggling to get their head round going longer, then 28 should be the minimum harness you try and get to. Like if you're using 28s, I've got no problem with that, unless you're like 8 foot tall and whatever else. But 28 should be the minimum. I think 28s to 32 for a lot of people is the sweet spot. Again, it's personal preference, and different people use different things. But yeah, for wave sailing we're talking, because float and ride, it's nice to have a bit of movement, to be able to move the rig, look at the wave. If you've got 24s or something and it's gusty winds, you're also more upright. Places like Pozo, when it's choppy. If you're using some of the wave sails, the newer wave sails have got they're very controllable, but they've also, I don't know how to say this, they're controllably unstable. Now that's going to sound weird. You can think, what the hell, Ben? I'm not buying one of your sails. But you can move the power in the sail to create these movements in wave sailing that you want. You know, like a more old school wave sail is quite fixed, and it's harder to move it around to find these little pockets and move them around. Whereas I'd say the new sort of 4-batten, some of those 3-batten sails, I guess, you can move the power. And I just feel in gusty conditions, they can be a bit on-off for some people. And if they've got short lines, they're getting catapulted. Like, let me know in the comments below, do you get catapulted?
And how long are your lines?
Yeah, and how long are your lines? Because a lot of people, you know, you see Ricardo sailing Pozo. Again, he gets catapulted all the time. It's not that the top guys don't get catapulted. You know, that is the way a lot of the guys like their sails to be at that top end. So not always do you want some of the top end wave sails, because they have got more movement in them to be able to throw them around. And there are definitely more stable sails for bump and jump, cruisy waves.
I think it also has to do with where the harness lines are. So I, for example, and I'm sure that a lot of the guys are the same, have my harness lines pretty far back from the center of effort.
Yeah.
And so then my harness lines are sheeting in the sail for me, but that's a position then where it is easier to get pitched.
Yeah.
But for another sailor, maybe a non-pro sailor, they might want those harness lines at the center of effort, and that might be a more comfortable way to sail. But I like being able to lean against the sail and sheet in with my body.
Yeah.
More powerfully.
We got Birdie saying catapult is my speciality.
Willem has asked what my favorite spot is. I've got a boring answer. Hokipa.
Of course it's going to be Hokipa.
I love Hokipa. I could talk about Hokipa for hours. What I love about Hokipa is you can just do everything there. Okay, Punta Preta, Cabo Verde is amazing, and it's so much fun, but it's one kind of riding a wave, whereas Hokipa, depending on the day, depending on the swell or the wind, you get kind of everything. You get really nice down the line conditions. You can do tricks, you can do airs, you can do turns, you can do jumps. I love Hokipa. That's my boring answer.
We've had this discussion because Matt Chet used to have a question on his podcast, which was always, you know, what's your favourite spot? And, you know, Hokipa gets mentioned a lot because he would then caveat it with, oh yeah, but you have to sail there every day and you have to whatever and you have to live there or something. He's like, well, it does tick a lot of boxes, because for me there's a lot of good waves in the world, but they're a hassle to get to. They're not great to, you know, they're not like a 2-minute drive from some people's houses. Like Hokipa's what, 5-minute, 10-minute drive?
Or they're not consistent.
Yeah,
they only
they're not
happen
consistent.
once a month.
And you're kind of like, I have sailed a lot of good waves and had a lot of good sessions in different places around the world. But, you know, Hokipa, and that is why so many top windsurfers live in Maui, it really has all the boxes ticked. And on its day, it's incredible. On its bad days, it's still good.
Yeah.
You know, and even in the summer, maybe it's flat, but there's wind. So
what about you? So that's my boring answer. What's your answer? If you had to choose your favorite spot that you were going to sail at for the rest of your life.
Yeah, but see, that I don't like that question.
Okay,
because I wouldn't answer. I will answer something boring. So my feeling is, you know, some of the best waves I've ridden is like Island or something like this. You know, like there's just a different feel. There's not many people on the water, which makes it also have a different feel. You know, for me, Australia, Western Australia, there's some amazing waves there. Would I want to sail it for the rest of my life? No. Would I want to live there? No. but would I want a session there right now? Yes. You know, in Faro, in bloody Portugal, we've had some epic sessions, you know. So I think it's really difficult, but I would say, what is your favorite conditions to sail? I think that's kind of an interesting one. If you could sail only one, you know, either cross shore, cross on, whatever, and what wind strength and what size equipment for the rest of your life, what would you?
So I've got a different answer, different question, but what you made me think of, which is that there is one session that I had in Alibaba in Cabo Verde that was some kind of magic. It really changed my life and it really touched me. But the conditions were so difficult. It was difficult even to do a turn, let alone an air, because it was so offshore and the wave was going so fast. But it was mast and a half, racing these walls.
Yeah.
Like your body is your heart is just beating. You're like this, like on this
and you can
speed
just see
train.
it.
Yeah, you see it shaping up in front of you, and you're just trying to go. And then you get in a little turn under the pocket, it kind of slows down, and then it's racing again, and
it's so flat.
Oh, it's just amazing. Yeah, so smooth. Yeah. I mean, so that I don't know if I'd want I wouldn't want that every day. But
No.
I feel so grateful for having had a session like that, and it has changed me. I mean, that's one of my life-changing sessions.
Yeah. There's nothing that rarely beats that. Again, that feeling when it's cross off down the line and you're looking down the line and you can see it just holding. And you know it's not going to break, it's just going to be right there. And then you hit that or you turn off. That happens in Australia a lot. There's like, in Nalu, there's like a 3-hit kind of, not aerial sections, but proper turns. And if you nail the first one, as you're coming for the bottom turn, the other section is already peaking up. And then you hit that, and again, you hit 3 in a row. And that, when you get that combo, bang, 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 feels pretty special. Like I say, you see it coming. I love those sectiony waves. Like I'm more rather than a big gunning down the line, I love the sectiony moment waves where you can see them coming and you're like, oh, this is an aerial, this is a goiter, this is a whatever it might be, maybe a big fat turn, or they slow down so you can kind of wrap it, and then you've got a bit more room, and you need to gun that next section in air, because otherwise you're not going to make the rest of the wave. Like I'm all about having those waves where you're piecing them together.
Yeah, I love that. I love that connection where it feels like dancing or making music, where it's like you're going like on a beat just like hit it, bottom turn, hit it, bottom turn, hit it, bottom turn, and you come out of that just feeling so alive and connected.
I totally agree.
That's the universe.
Like that's the best feeling for me in windsurfing. Like if you've never wave surfed, you've never been down the line, maybe you don't know that feeling. But as Graham just said, then when you're just in sync and you're here, I always see Cowley doing it all the time. And once you've experienced it, you can see other people experiencing it. And we actually had a few signs, like I saw it on the clinics, and I saw someone, on let's say a lower level, not doing goiters or anything like that, but you could see they got the timing where you come up, you press, and you get that acceleration off the top, and then you bottom turn and you press, and you can see it, and you're like, yes, and once you get that feeling in down the line windsurfing, it's really hard to then think of anything else. You're just looking for that. It's pretty special, I think.
Yeah, and it's difficult. I think that it's not. It's more difficult than it looks. I think it's something that once you start being aware of the rhythm and the flow that someone has, and you start trying to do that in your own sailing, then you realize how difficult it is. But then you start to appreciate, like you're saying, these other guys. Another person who really stands out is Josh Angulo.
Yeah.
I think Josh, Cowley and Josh, when they had a lot of finals together, when they were both going for world titles in the 2000s, and they were contrasted as new school versus old school, which is true in a lot of ways. They had very different boards and equipment, but different body sizes. But at the same time, what they both had better than a lot of other people was this flow and rhythm, and they both had that in their wave riding.
100%, you see it. You can see it. Right, let's have a look at the comments. What we got. Birdie said, my harness lines are quite long for my size, but since I have them longer, I do less catapults. How long is long for you? Because it's good to know some numbers here. And how tall are you? I mean, it does make a difference how long your arms are. Who are the surfers out there? Who is that kiter? Well, there's somebody, looks like a lady and a man in their pants right there. That is like typical Sylt. It's not, I mean, it's pretty warm this year, I won't lie, but it's not warm enough to be going swimming in your pants, that's for sure. Rob saying thruster setup or single fin. I experienced quite a lot of spin out on my thruster setup. Have this with sail and foot.
So Rob, my suggestion is to try softer fins. I think if you're spinning out, the first thing I would check is whether your fins are too far forward and too small. And then once you've looked at that, I would look at going softer with the fins, because these really stiff G10 fins, which are popular or have been popular, they slide out really easily. And the softer fins, like the K4 fins, but there are other brands also that make softer fins, and they're getting more popular now. And the reason that they're getting more popular is you can press against the fin and it twists instead of slides.
Interestingly, what? Because you say thruster or single fin, so is that, we talking wave sailing, or are we talking bump and jump? Because there's a lot of things. How high your boom is, high boom, you could be sailing very back foot. Like if you're an old school sailor, typically when you're used to sailing a single fin and maybe thruster is your first like changeover, it depends how big your thruster setup is, because you can set a thruster setup with a bigger back fin. Or you can adjust your style, so maybe you're not pushing super hard off your back foot, because, you know, old school sailors usually do push super hard on the back foot, whereas the more new school, some of the kids who have grown up with freestyle stuff, they're used to sailing way more balanced rather than driving, you know, pushing super hard off the back foot. But as Graham said, if you've got a stiff fin, it will spin out quicker than a soft fin, and that means on the wave as well. You know, if you're coming off the top, if you've got softer fins, you will have way more grip and you'll get that kind of nicer slide and controlled slide, rather than a stiffer, you know, more upright fin will spin out way quicker off the top, or slide out, I should say. You guys are making a dull live stream. Oh, see, that's the difference. Depends where you put your full stops, and depends how you read something. It can sound pretty bad. So it could be you guys are making a dull live stream, or it could be you guys are making a dull live stream without sailable conditions pretty entertaining. I'll take the second one. I was thinking, that's a bit harsh. I got to learn to speak English, that's the problem. I tell you, if there's any non-windsurfers that are tuned in, they will be thinking that Ben and Graham are smoking something. What? No. Well, maybe they've already tuned out by now if they're non-windsurfers, for sure. I think if any non-windsurfers are turned into this, I am impressed. You are staying the course. Bomb Squid said it's Sylt o'clock. Get the comp going. I think they will as soon as it's sailable.
I think they need more wind. It shifted more onshore, and so you need more wind to make it work in the onshore conditions. So you can get by with a lot less the more side shore or side off it is.
Yeah, we got, sorry, Birdie saying, sorry, me again. I would like to share that I have my first self-built surfer van this year, and it takes windsurfing to another level, having all the gear at the spot all the time. I would agree with that. I'm a big van type of person. I have got a monster van, and I love, my saying from when I was younger was, take all of the toys all of the time. The time you go to the beach, and I tell you now, if there's windsurfers watching this, which I hope you're all windsurfers, or you're going to be bored shitless, is going, looking at the forecast going, not going to be windy, I'll just take the 5.3 and the 5.0 and the big board, and you get there, and it's like 4.2 weather, and you know you're going to have a horrible day. Or you take your small stuff expecting it to be windy, and you miss the eye of the storm or whatever it is, and you're just on the side of it, and it may be epic down the line 5.0 weather, but you've only got your small stuff. You know, I have done that before, and I never do it anymore. You know, I have the van loaded, I've got all the gear. I'm spoiled, I won't lie, because I've got all the gear, but it's very rare I can't get on the water and enjoy something. You a van person? You're not, are you? I know you.
I like vans, but on Maui we don't really have them. I grew up with pickup trucks and just throw the stuff in the
Maui
back.
it's, I mean, you're at the house, you got the garage, the beach is what, 10 minutes away?
Well, I still have everything in the truck, but it's just a different system.
But
it's
everyone
a different,
steal
you don't organize
the stuff.
it as much.
Like I always think that in Maui. I'm like, go to the shop and there's like pickups with carbon booms worth 800-900 euros, masts that are worth 700 euros, extensions 150 euros, boards which are worth 2.5 grand, sitting in the back of a truck, no locking mechanism, nothing, just sitting there. And I always think, wow.
Don't give people ideas.
I know, but it always scares me. I'm like, I cannot, like, I couldn't ever imagine doing that. Like,
yeah, but it's pretty safe, and maybe that will change. Maybe in a few years Maui will be less safe. I hope it stays safe as it is, but at the moment Maui's pretty safe. Gear occasionally gets stolen, but then what are you going to do with it? You know, where are you going to sell it? So
yeah. So I'm just saying, someone said they've been released for the day. I was thinking, are we sitting here and they've released everyone?
I think the racers.
Now the racers, okay. I'm just making sure.
With this shore break, it would be very difficult for them to get out with the foils.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, sorry, will there be any racing today? No, there will not be any racing today. Okay, guys, I will wait tomorrow. Oh, what? I'll wait. Tomorrow it's Ezzy 4.7 or maybe 4.2 for me.
Where are you sailing?
Yeah.
Bomb Squid.
What we got, Billy saying, if you spin out on the wave board, then you need to get your weight off the back foot. So shift your harness lines. back on the boom, move your front foot straps forward, and shift your mass foot back. There's a lot of movements going on there, Bill. I would say maybe do stage by stage, because sometimes you don't know what it is. But yeah, you need to do something. You need to change something. I think that's the rule. If something's not working, change something. It can be an extreme change, but change it and then see what happens. Like, analyze it, go, okay. I always say this, but we were talking about fins earlier. You know, we used to test for Board Seeker magazine, and the amount of times we get a board, put the fins in it, go sailing, I'd be like, bloody hell, this thing doesn't feel right. You know, one of the earlier boards we did, and they were all going off. We changed the fins in it. The board was, I'm not joking, it was night and day different. Night and day. So if you've never changed the fins, you've never moved the fins, you know, do not criticize a board, because sometimes it can be the fins. I've got a bag of fins where I've got some narrower fins, like cord fins, I've got some wider fins, got some flexier fins, I've got, you know, lots of different makes and models, and depending on the board and the conditions and how it is, sometimes you can liven up a board, you can dull down a board just by moving the fins and changing them around a bit.
I hear a lot of people say, oh, I'm not a pro, doesn't make a difference, I'm not going to tell the difference. I think it's the opposite. I think, you know, the higher your level is, the more you can kind of make anything work. And the lower your level is, the bigger a difference it will make if you have a good fin setup or a good board tuning.
I'd say the only problem is on the lower end, and this is the problem, and to a certain extent sometimes to me, I'm being lazy. Lazy is one word, you know, yeah, but that's it, I don't feel the difference. But actually when you try it, well, how do I put that? No, I was just to say something different. My mind's just totally gone. Because I was thinking, when you're at that level, you can just gain so much, like so much.
Mm-hmm.
So I've actually, I was going to go down a different route then. My brain.
You think you don't feel a difference? Is that what you're going to say? Because I
wasn't going to say that.
I think fins. I think you can feel a massive difference, like, or
moving
your mass track, like moving your mass track a centimeter.
My brain's come back. It's like they don't know the feel they're looking for. That's what I was going to say. Okay. So, you know, maybe the board's terrible, but they've got no reference because they've never tried anyone else's board. Right. Maybe they've never had another board, or this is a new board, so it's got to be good. And they've just put the fins in, and they don't want to admit to themselves this isn't feeling good. They're just getting on with it. And until you try someone else's board, until someone tries your board, you might not know you've got a terrible setup for yourself. So I always encourage people to try other people's boards, because sometimes you're on the wrong board. You know, and if you look at it with foiling, it's really an easy way to see it. You know, there was a lot of people in the early days of foiling trying to foil. And they were like, I can't do it, it's impossible. Impossible, I'm terrible. And they just bought a foil, they'd put it in the board, but it was the wrong angle, it wasn't the right pitch, it was maybe a shit foil. And then you give them this setup, which is perfectly balanced, and everything is right, and it's got the right amount of drive, and everything's positioned right with a good setup, and they go, oh my God, this is simple.
Right.
And it's like a different version of that. Yeah. You know, you can obviously, when you're better, like you say, you can work with what you've got. But we already understand. This board feels a bit squirmy. You know, I've got to be a bit more relaxed off the top. It's a bit loose, or I need to stiffen this board up because it's a bit too loose for me off the bottom, or I need to loosen it up. It's I need to stiffen it up. It's whatever. So I think the lower level guys, or the guys who haven't experimented with boards more, struggle to know the feeling they're looking for. Or to know what they should be looking for, you know?
We've got a question from Philip. He says, any advice on how to head out with speed? I have a hard time to keep control and absorb the waves. It looks so easy, but is so bumpy when I gain speed.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice?
Yeah. It depends on the direction of the wind and what we're dealing with. I'm guessing you're talking about a lot of white water, you know, maybe cross on, or are we talking, it depends what we're talking about. Is it onshore? Because onshore is different to cross shore.
I think if it's onshore, it's really important not to think about gaining ground upwind.
No.
You really can do these big downwind swoops to then make sure that you're in a place where it's easier to get out. Like, one of the things I always say is that getting out is a game of inches. If you're 6 inches farther to the left and there's power in the wave there, you're going to get knocked back.
Yeah.
And if you're 6 inches to the right and it's the shoulder, you're going to be fine. And so when you're getting out and it's onshore, you do these big downwind swoops, come up, downwind, and then make your ground upwind going out, instead of worrying about it on the inside.
Yeah, it's also getting that timing right with the board, you know, lifting that sort of windward edge, getting the weight underneath it, but without pressing on the board. So, and it comes with time and it comes with experience. You know, there's a lot of boring answers you're going to get today, but a lot of the time it's practice and also analysing yourself and going, okay, which bit am I struggling with? You know, don't just go, oh, I'm struggling going out. What exact bit are you struggling with? You know, have you got the right power in your sail? Are you able to sail powered up? Maybe, you know, you're not comfortable sailing powered up, so you're always slightly underpowered. And this can also be a problem because...
Somewhere like Pozo, where it is so windy, and Pozo's an outlier, not many places are that windy, I put my mast track farther forward to help keep the nose down, which I find helps give me a lot more control when I'm going out there. Otherwise, I feel like the nose is kind of flying, it hits the chop and comes up, and I want it to be stuck down, and that gives me a lot more confidence.
I can see that. I think a lot of people might make this mistake in Pozo almost to go the board too big and too wide because they're comfortable on this wide board. But the problem is with width in Pozo, it's so windy, there's so much lift and movement under the board, and if you get the windward edge down, it's going seriously wrong. So, you know, sometimes a narrower board, you know, a bit more old schooly sort of shape and something with a bit of shape in the bottom, because
more V.
Yes,
more V
some boards without shape in the bottom can be horrendously hard. You know, they might be amazing in the Cape Verde wave.
Those are the boards I like. I like boards with big concaves, but I feel it when I'm heading out in Pozo on a 3.7 stacked. I definitely feel that board wanting to
need some shape in the bottom.
around.
You have to absorb that shape. It has to be in the right spot. And again, this comes from, again, just for example, let's say you rented some gear off Pozo Winds or something. You've got a choice of boards. Don't just sail the same board all week.
Right.
You know, if you go to one of these places, have a look around, experiment, go try some different stuff, because you might find something that you weren't expecting. Maybe you end up with the same result, who knows? But I think it's definitely worth doing it. But I mean, the main question was, what was exactly
keeping control and speed. Is that right, Philip? Philip, if you want to write a little bit more to help us understand better what your specific question is, I think that would be helpful.
Head out with speed. Head out with speed, because it, you know, obviously you have to bear off to get speed, and someone can just see where their end goal is up there, and that's where they're heading. But they're not really thinking, first you have to get speed, and then you have to get that board to go over the white water, and then as soon as possible get the power down, and you might have to bear off again. And then you're coming up, power down.
Swooping motion. We've got another question from Yannick. Do you have any tips to make the most out of less powerful, smaller waves? I happen to lose speed and in the turns, and am not able to gain it back through the wave's energy.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, there's obviously a lot of time in there, and what I can relate this to is surfing, which is kind of interesting. When you see the good guys surfing, they actually surf on a lot smaller boards, but they are so active, rail to rail, pressing, making that board move. But there's two ways of looking at it. Maybe if you're a lower level, you need the bigger, wider board. That definitely helps keep your speed. A wider tail, some wider width in the front, you will get away with more speed. The problem is then the board won't move as well as a smaller board. So if you're an active sailor, I class myself as an active sailor, I don't particularly like to use massive boards. For example, in Cape Town, a couple of years ago, I had to go on a 115 litre wave board because it was light winds, and I thought, I'm going to be out there killing it. But what I found was the board didn't move as much, so I couldn't actually generate the speed that I would generate from a smaller board, because I couldn't bottom turn into the wave, come down, move it up and get that speed, and then I'd be on a smaller board and I could whip it round. What would happen is I'd have to wait for the wave, and then the turn would be slower, so I wouldn't have that acceleration, and it was so static. I went back on my 85 litre board and I was killing it. You know, it's float and ride conditions like we saw, but I found for me it was better on a smaller board. If you're not so active, a bigger board to help carry speed can be beneficial, but working the board, working the movement of the board.
And the placement on the wave is even more important, because if there's less power just in general, then where you are matters even more, because there's less power to get. And so in those conditions, then you maybe want to only be turning where the lip is, making contact with the lip. And if you're trying to turn on the open face, there might not be enough power in the wave to do so.
And again, we saw it actually today in the women's fleet, and we looked at a few of the comments, and people were like, she's rubbish, whatever. But again, for me, I see what, like, I love it like that. And what you could see today is that setup turn was almost the most important turn. Because if you went, like here in Sylt, it's very rare you have enough wind like today to go catch the wave and then just bottom turn, bang. It's actually better to get on early, get some speed as you're coming down the wave, and then the first turn is like a little press early, and the timing is so crucial because you've got to do like a setup turn to press, get the speed, and then use that turn to smack the second section. So sometimes the best hit today could have been after the setup turn for the big second. Again, we saw Marine Hunter just had enough wind straight into that front. But again, it is just working the wave and trying, just like surfing, is getting the press off the top to generate speed, but the timing is huge. To do that is one of the hardest things, because a lot of the time you do the setup and you're too late.
Especially if you need to set up for that second turn. So that only works if you can come out of that first turn and go directly into the second bottom turn, which is a much more advanced.
100%. And
we've got a question from Birdie about losing the gear. So he had a situation where he lost the gear and it ended up quite far for him. One of the things I always say, and I'm curious, Ben, what you say, is that you should hold on to the gear like your life depends on it, because it might. Gear floats.
Yes, as long it comes with experience, because there are some times where you have to let go because it wraps around or spins. But if you can hold on, I would say the best one is you want the board being pushed by the wave and the sail behind, because then you're not going to get smacked by anything. You can kind of drag in. I mean, we do it on the coaching clinic all the time. It's like when you're going out, and if you know you're not going to make it, there's a position to put your gear. So when the wave comes, the board gets pushed to the beach, the mast ends up out to sea, and you're getting dragged that way. There's, what you don't want to have is the gear between you and the wave.
Oh no, that's the worst situation. And if there's beach involved, you think a 1 by 1 meter cube of water has a ton of weight, and you think you have a 5 meter sail, and if you're under that in the shore break, that's 5 tons of pressure on you. It's really dangerous. You always want to be between the wave and your gear.
Like I said, it's like anything. I think when you're driving, my dad always used to teach me, it's like, always look for a get out. Whenever you drive, if you're driving quick, you can't always predict what's going to happen, but kind of think worst case scenario, around this corner there could be someone there, where you going? And I always think like that in windsurfing to me. I'm like, okay, I'm going to try and aerial off this, worst case scenario, I'm going to be landing there, I'm going to push it that way. You don't want to think like that too often, but there's times.
This is interesting. For me, it's interesting. I'm scared a lot. I love big waves. I love Jaws. I love all these situations. But I go through a lot of inner struggle in those sessions where I'm scared. I'm dealing with that fear, and I'm pushing myself, and I go more and more and more radical. And there's a lot of doubt and anger in this whole process. And it's kind of cathartic. I like that experience. I was talking with my friend Thomas Traversa, and for those of you who don't know, he is one of the most amazing windsurfing big wave riders. And I was asking him about this. I was really curious. I was like, how do you deal with fear? What do you feel? And he's like, oh, I just think it's all going to work out. I don't think anything could go wrong.
That's why he's one of the best.
I was really amazed, and it was just interesting. He's like, I get scared after if I wipe out. So if I do crash and then I'm in the water, then I can get scared. But before, I always think I'm gonna make it. I never think I'm
I guess that just comes from maybe never really getting in trouble. I've had quite a few troubling times in my past. I just think there's a way of crashing, and when you're trying new moves, you sometimes put you in a position, that's when you see people trying goiters for the first time. And the older I've got, I kind of try and minimize. That's the word. Minimize like how blind I am to the situation coming up. If I know I'm going for an aerial, I know roughly where I'm going to be, unless I get kicked totally the wrong way. If I'm going for a goiter, obviously I know where I'm going to be. But am I going to try, a double forward off a steep? Where, there's certain situations where I think. That could lead to me not being in a position where I can.
I think what's surprising, and then let's get to some more questions. But one thing I want to throw in, because you might not hear it otherwise, when would this come up, is that once you're at a high level, the tweaked air is actually one of the most dangerous moves. If you start to get a little bit of wind from the other side of the sail, you can get wrapped up around the mast, and if you land like that, you can break your ankle, you can break your leg. It's
very wrong
really
very quickly.
Actually quite dangerous. They don't look it, I think, if you don't know what that feeling is like. But if you get just a little bit too upside down, or a little bit the wind the wrong way, or if you're not able to bring it back, it's a really dangerous.
I mean, there's a lot of things that relate to a lot of things, but foot straps as well. Like you've got when you talk about all this, you have to have the right size foot strap for your feet. And when I say that, I don't mean fitting snugly. They have. I mean, I'm not going to go into it on here because it is quite personal, but for me, I have to be able to twist my foot in the foot straps. And I've had plenty of times where I haven't had the right foot straps. Maybe someone's borrowed my gear, I've been lazy, and I've been, it doesn't matter. And I ended up breaking my foot. And I've done lots of things with maybe not the correct size foot straps. You don't see it so much now with a lot of the top guys. And I'm sure it's because we've learnt the lessons. Not that it can't happen. Of course it can. Everyone's still at risk, but I think there's definitely some good education that's gone on. Yeah, exactly. You never know. Like wave sailing is the worst because it's kind of unpredictable sometimes, and you put yourself in a position which you're getting a force that it's not always.
I remember when Ricardo broke his leg pretty badly, and Ricardo does the most insane jumps in Pozo. He's doing crazy things. He broke his leg at Hokipa. It was like, you guys can't see where my hand is. It was like less than chest high.
Bourgeois, same.
It was just, and it was like nothing radical even, but just the way that it.
Me too. When I broke my foot, it was nothing. When Bourgeois did his, nothing. A lot of people end up injuring themselves, not on the big stuff. It's usually the smaller stuff. I mean, I've had some close calls as well where you just fall weirdly, and the pressure against the mast and the board and the wave, and you just think it's going to snap. Yeah. And it hasn't. And I've been like, oh my God, it's... Ooh, anyway.
So we got a question from Nick Spangenberg and Lauren Schmuth. I think they're trying to improve their jives. What are some stylish jives? I think the lay-down jive.
The smoothinator.
The hand drag jive.
I'd be impressive.
What are your go-to stylish jives, Ben?
Mine, the no-hander.
The no-hander. How do you do that? What's the secret? You lay down the sail, lift up the hands. Are you hooked in?
Yeah, no, I don't. To be honest, I don't really do much no-hander. I like the no-handed 360, but hooked in just to. So, I always like the lay-down jive. Lay-down jive's the one.
I like a hand drag. I like the kind of stylish where you're leaning over, dragging that hand, and then you grab the sail.
Yeah, no, but the ultimate is the duck jive.
The duck jive hand drag.
The Robbie Nash style.
Yeah, leaned over.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So I'd work on those, Lauren.
Nick. And your double loops. His double loops are, come on. Need to step them up.
All right.
Okay, so big boards are kind of a false friend. Might be true, especially for a light 55. Again, it really depends on what you're trying to get to, how often you sail, how fit you are, how active you are, because there's lots of different ways. And I kind of agree what you're saying, what you've took from what I said. And I could agree to that, but I also think they also are your friend. It really depends on where you're sailing. If the wave is really not powerful, if it's kind of like a soft wave, you 100% need some width. You need that type of board, because a normal board, no matter how much you work it, you can't get it. So it really depends on your waves. The waves I was talking about are actually quite good waves, and the big board didn't help me because the waves were good. But on a softer wave, a wider board is your friend.
I think another point is that having that big board is really important, but there's a line where if you go above that line,
it doesn't get better.
You're actually just getting worse.
Yeah.
You don't have any better early planing. You're not having an easier time catching waves, and you're suffering because your turns are getting worse. So for me, that limit is somewhere between 95 and 99. So like,
how heavy are you?
I fluctuate a lot, but I'm probably like 87.
Okay, so like 10 liters bigger than you.
Yeah, and for me, and I think for someone who's a non-pro sailor, you might want more liters than that. But I was getting bigger boards, and I would test then the 98 against the 105, and there's no difference to how I'm going.
I would agree. I mean, this is what I was saying earlier, which just kind of shocked me, because usually I'm like 80 kilos.
Right.
My 90, quite a wide 90 was the biggest board I would ever use. I didn't really find any benefit of the other boards. Again, I'm quite an active rider. But then the 99 I tried recently, I actually thought, oh, this moves. And so every board is different. And again, you get small boards and big boards, which sounds stupid. So you might have a 90 big board and a 90 small board, and it's to do with the width.
Yeah, because volume's not everything. Width is important, length is important.
Yeah.
There are a lot of other factors. Where that width is, so the width of the tail is really important for how big it feels. So a board that's wider at the tail is going to feel bigger.
Yeah, the width makes a massive difference. Width is probably the biggest difference. But again, not many people, me included, I'm not so switched on to talking in widths. We always talked in volumes. The same with surfing now. But realistically, if I was wanting to do it properly, I should be talking in widths, because it's got more of a...
And there's two important measurements for width. You want to talk about the wide point, so the widest point of the board, and then your measurement off the tail. And different people measure from different places off the tail, 1 foot off the tail, 9 inches off the tail. But you want to have just a consistent place off the tail that you're looking, and those two measurements will tell you a lot about.
And again, if you're not into all the measurements and stuff, just use the board, judge it, be objective. It's pretty much all you can do.
So Philip is clarifying. So he's talking about being on a 4.7 and a 94 liter board in Pozo, and he's having difficulty with the speed going out. I think going downwind, like we were talking about, especially in those conditions where you have some waves, is really important to pick up speed. And then you want to make sure when you're crossing the wave that your board is perfectly perpendicular with the whitewater. So you're going downwind, and then you're turning upwind to go over the whitewater, and then you're going downwind to get speed, and then you're coming back upwind over the whitewater. I'm not sure if that's the specific situation. Philip, if you want to post in my coaching group, it's just Graham Ezzy Coaching on Facebook. If you want to post on Ben's channel,
I won't reply.
Okay.
I get overwhelmed. You put it on Graham's channel.
All right, so Alexandre has a question about the aerial. So Ben, how would you describe the difference of approach / trajectory between Sylt, Pozo, and Hokipa? Is there something common? Is there a universal technique for aerials?
Well, I tell you what, it all depends on the wind angle, that makes a big difference. Here in Sylt is one of the most difficult, because what you don't want to be here in Sylt, you need to get so clear of that white water, because it is so dangerous. And the problem here with Sylt is when you usually land, there's no wind. So the main thing here in Sylt, and a lot of other aerials, is to stay on top of the board. And what most people do when they're doing their first aerials is they hit it and lean back. And it means when you land, you're leaning back, the board goes away from you, you usually turn into the wind, the white water pushes the board, and you just get dragged and you can't sail away. So one of my bigger tips, again, the trajectory is obviously one thing, hitting the lip, you've got to get that right, but is the time in the air, what are you doing? And most people, like I say, lean back, and it's the opposite for me. You want to tuck that leg up, and the difference between getting your first aerial can sometimes be, especially when you're going more straight down the line, is picking that back leg up. Like a chop up, really pick the back leg up. The difference between, we did it in Cape Town this year with a few guys, gotten to just really bend the back leg. And it's a difference between it looking like a good aerial and looking a bit leggy, because also a lot of people stretch out the legs because they don't, they're trying to push everything, but you've got to press and then pick the leg up and get the board to fly. Again, depends on...
You don't want to do it too soon, though.
No.
I see people, they're trying to do that, but then they miss the energy of the wave.
Yeah, but the timing is everything. I mean, that's the most important, is the timing. The other stuff can come pretty quickly, and just going for it. You know, don't be scared to go off the back. You know, trying to get...
Definitely, that's how you learn how to do it. You go off the back first.
Yeah.
I think that the direction, like that the board is pointing, is similar, whether it's onshore, sideshore, or offshore.
Yeah.
But you're having to do different things with the sail and the body to get the board in that position. One piece of advice that I have, if you're sailing in onshore conditions, it can be really difficult to learn the aerials going frontside. Work on them going backside.
Yeah.
I think backside aerials, it teaches you a lot about the timing and the placement on the wave, and it's much more accessible than going frontside.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to learn frontside aerials, learn the backside aerial first.
Yeah. It's like I say, it's a lot of boring answers, but time, trying, you know, you won't learn it without trying. So try it and then really analyze yourself. If you can get filmed, you don't need to go on a coaching week, but what you do need is to see what you're doing wrong. You know, without knowing what you're doing wrong and just expecting it to happen, it isn't going to happen. I tell you what, we're going to take some adverts now. The wind looks like it's picked up. I'm going to go outside and see exactly what's going on. There might be a few more questions to answer, but at the moment we're going to play some ads, and let's say we might be here when we come back. Who knows?
Irgendwo da draußen ist er, der perfekte Urlaub, wo die Zeit stillsteht und man glücklich ist und man spürt, dass immer jemand für dich da ist. Lass dich treiben. Komm mit.
Schauinslandreisen.
Urlaub in besten Händen.
Got to be. Gemeinsam für euch. Ultra starker Halt. Den ganzen Tag. Für matte Looks. Auf jeder Welle. Sofortiges Volumen im Handumdrehen. Got to be. For whoever you want to be.
Heineken celebrates 150 years of the perfect serve. It should be served in its purest form.
More ice?
Quality brew with malt hops and water for a crisp taste that needs nothing else.
Can I get some limes, por favor?
Pour at 45-degree angle and sculpt to perfection.
Sparen war gestern. Jetzt einfach anlegen mit Smarvesto. Die digitale Vermögensverwaltung mit künstlicher Intelligenz. Smarvesto analysiert täglich die Märkte der ETFs und ETCs und optimiert Ihre Geldanlage. Jetzt einfach anlegen auf smarvesto.de.
Tja, unser Buddy hatte eine OP vor 2 Wochen. Da ging's ihm ganz schön schlecht. Zum Glück hat die Hanse Merkur die Tierklinik bezahlt. Und jetzt sind alle wieder glücklich.
Eine Leistung unserer Tierversicherung. Hand in Hand ist Hanse Merkur. Ausgezeichnet von Stiftung Warentest.
Volkswagen.
Escaping reality and reconnecting with yourself. adventure awaits.
Regenschauer zieht langsam vorbei hier beim 8. Tag vom Schauinslandreisen Windsurf World Cup auf Sylt, presented by Advertisements, und wir sind gerade 2 Stände weiter bei unserem Timekeeper Alpina Watches. Dann lass uns noch mal kurz auf die Uhr gucken. 16:06 Uhr, wir warten jetzt schon eine ganze Weile, dass es auf dem Wasser weitergeht. Erst fühlt sich ein bisschen jetzt mehr wie Ende September auf Sylt an. Ne? Die letzten Tage haben wir mal so gesagt, okay, das ist ja gefühlt noch Hochsommer. So ist es dann noch schon eher von den letzten Jahren gewesen. Ne? Ja, vorhin ging es ja, hatten wir Sonne, und es hat auch für die Kategorie Wave bei den Damen gereicht. Wir haben sogar bis zum Finale geschafft. Maria Behrens gegen Marine Hunter. Wurde dann aber abgebrochen, die Bedingungen waren nicht mehr so gut, und wie gesagt, jetzt verschiebt sich das immer weiter nach hinten. Müssen wir gleich mal gucken, ob heute noch gefahren werden kann und wenn, wann. Aber vor allem, als wir hergekommen sind, wir sind einmal durchs Zelt gegangen, das ist schon richtig voll. Ne? Ich glaube, gerade heute Abend, jetzt das letzte Wochenende steht an, da wird noch heute Abend, glaube ich, dann gut gefeiert. Das ist jetzt schon, fühlt sich ein bisschen an wie Abend zumindest, wenn die halt nämlich beim Regen da drin stehen. Genau, sieht so ein bisschen so aus, ein paar Leute kommen jetzt aber langsam auch wieder raus. Vielleicht ja auch jetzt hier zu uns zum Stand von Alpina Watches, und damit will ich jetzt mal mein Mikro an Markus abgeben und dir das Ganze überlassen. Hi Markus.
Hi, grüß dich.
Ich meine, die können auch im Regen theoretisch rauskommen, wenn sie 1 Euro Uhren hätten. Die sind alle nämlich wasserfest, ne?
Ja, der größte Teil zumindest, also die sind dafür bekannt, sportive bzw. sehr outdoor-spezifische Uhren zu bauen, die zumindest die Wasserfestigkeit mitbringen oder sehr robust sind, die nachwirkbar, platzfest, wie gesagt wasserdicht und insgesamt sehr robust und damit auch für den Outdoor-Sport sehr gut geeignet.
Ansonsten ist aber auch euer Fun-Simulator gerade für so ein Wetter, glaube ich, gut geeignet. Während nämlich nichts auf dem Wasser geht, kann man selber mal schauen, wie gut man vielleicht am Surfen ist. Ich versuche mich ja schon die ganze Woche über, und ich muss sagen, ich bin besser geworden. Es macht wirklich richtig Spaß. Erklär mal ganz kurz nochmal für alle, die es noch nicht gesehen haben, was ist das genau, was hier bei euch in eurem Stand zu finden ist?
Ja, du bist besser geworden, ich kann es bestätigen. Ja. Der Fun Simulator ist einfach eine Gelegenheit, einfach mal auszutesten, wie es sich anfühlt, auf dem Brett zu stehen. Es hat nicht unmittelbar wirklich was damit zu tun, wie sich das auf dem Surfbrett anfühlt, aber man hat zumindest mal die Vorstellung, wie der eine oder andere, speziell im Nachwuchsbereich oder jüngere, hat dadurch vielleicht Lust, auch mit dem Surfen zu beginnen. Und ich denke, das ist eine schöne Gelegenheit, um das Ganze einfach ein bisschen anders zu verstehen.
Dann lasst uns vielleicht mal wieder ein bisschen mehr auf euer Produkt, auf eure Uhren eingehen, weswegen ihr auch hier seid. Ganz kurz vielleicht nochmal Uhren und Windsurfen, wie passt das genau zusammen, warum seid ihr hier?
Ja, wie gesagt, wir präsentieren, zum einen sind wir eine Sportuhrenmarke. Wir bauen robuste Outdoor-Uhren, sind auch viel im Wintersport aktiv, aber eben auch im Sommer am Strand. Und Windsurfen passt da einfach sehr, sehr gut rein, weil die Uhren sind wasserdicht und sehr gut geeignet für diesen Sport. Es ist auch ein extremer Sport, das ist eine neue Serie, die wir hier auch vorstellen, heißt Extreme, Alpina Extreme, eben weil sie extrem sportiv ist, wasserfest ist.
Und sollte es mich nicht täuschen, ist es vielleicht auch mal für die Sportler noch extra Ansporn, wirklich gut zu sein, weil ich glaube, bei der Siegerehrung gibt es dann auch noch ein bisschen was für euch, ne?
Ja, da können wir schon mal was vorgreifen, ein bisschen. Also die beiden Weltmeister, die ja hier gekürt werden, bekommen von uns jeweils eine Uhr, eine Herren- und eine Damenuhr, muss man mal sagen. Eine ganz besondere Uhr, weil es die erste Schweizer Uhr ist, die tatsächlich für das Gehäuse und auch das Band aus recyceltem PET ist, was wir aus dem Meer fischen, also eine sehr, sehr nachhaltige Uhr, sustainable sozusagen, mit einem Automatikwerk, auch ohne Batterie, sodass das Ganze auch einfach ist.
Und Nachhaltigkeit ist auch das wichtige Stichwort. Ab morgen wird nämlich wieder am Strand gesammelt. Beim Alpina Watch Beach Cleanup hatten wir letztes Jahr auch schon gemacht und dieses Jahr auch wieder. Nimm uns noch mal ganz kurz mit, was muss da genau gemacht werden?
Genau, also Nachhaltigkeit ist ein wichtiges Thema, nicht nur für uns, sondern es sollte eigentlich für jeden ein großes Thema sein. Und wir haben die Philosophie, wenn wir bei einem Event teilnehmen, möchten wir den Ort oder den Platz, an dem das Ganze stattfindet, auch genauso schön und sauber zurücklassen, wie wir es vorgefunden haben, im besten Fall vielleicht sogar noch sauberer. Und gerade wenn es so ein schöner Platz ist, wie hier auf Sylt den Strand, deshalb laden wir alle ganz herzlich ein, morgen ab 14 Uhr bei uns am Beach Cleanup mitzumachen. Treffpunkt wird dann die Eventbühne sein, und
letzte Jahr gruselig, was da alles in diesen Typen drin war. Ne? Unfassbar. Ich meine, man sammelt am Ende nur 2 Stunden und ich glaube, am Ende waren auch sogar wieder überrascht, wie viele Leute erstmal mitgemacht haben und vor allem wie viel dann auch am Ende gesammelt wurde.
Also ich war auch sehr überrascht, weil im ersten Moment dachte ich noch, wo sollen wir eigentlich einsammeln, weil auf den ersten Blick sieht alles schon sauber aus, aber wenn man genau in die Ecken guckt, der Wind treibt den Dreck gerne mal in die Ecken. Wir hatten innerhalb von einer Stunde 70 Kilogramm Müll eingesammelt. Ich erinnere mich noch genau, da waren wir am Ende auch alle wirklich sehr, sehr überrascht, aber natürlich auch sehr froh, dass so viele zahlreiche Sammler dabei waren, um uns da zu unterstützen.
Also, eine gute Sache, das Alpina Watch Beach Cleanup morgen ab 14 Uhr. Wir hoffen, dass so viele wie möglich mitkommen. Und du hast ja schon erzählt, für den Gewinner, da gibt es richtig cool was abzustauben, ne?
Genau, also um das wirklich interessant zu gestalten, alle zu animieren, mitzumachen, bekommt derjenige, der den meisten Müll sammelt, von uns einen ganz, ganz tollen Gutschein. Und zwar ist das ein Erlebnisgutschein, den man die ganze auch einlösen kann für 2 Personen. Und on top gibt es von uns noch eine super schöne Daunenjacke von Alpina Watches, die ja jetzt so langsam in den Herbst geht und jetzt irgendwas davon wird es sehr, sehr gut.
Also, lohnt sich doppelt damit zu machen, allein schon, um den Strand hier wieder ein bisschen sauberer zu machen. Ich würde sagen, es fängt wieder ein bisschen mehr an zu regnen. Wie geht jetzt wieder bei dir in Stadtteil? Ich versuche mich noch ein bisschen zu steigern beim Fun-Simulator und kann alle nur einladen. Wir sind relativ südlich von der Promenade, südlich vom Zelt, also ganz kurz einmal durch diesen kleinen Sprühregen durch und dann gerne auch mal ausprobieren beim Fun-Simulator. Hier beim Alpina Watch Stand und auch gerne auch mal die ganzen Touren anschauen. Der schauinslandreisen Windsurf World Cup auf Sylt, presented by Got2B, und wir sind immer noch ganz in der Nähe von dem Stand. Ja, ich bin jetzt fertig mit Surfen. Ich glaube, viel besser werde ich ja diese Wochenende nicht. Und jetzt sind wir beim Highfly-Stand mit Hinrich. Hinrich, immer wenn ich hier bin, hast du irgendwelche Rabatte raus. Das war schon für Skate und Longboards, für Sonnenbrillen, und auch heute hast du was Passendes.
Ja, ich dachte mir, jetzt hat es gerade irgendwie so ein bisschen geregnet und irgendwie, wer sich abkochen will, kann bei uns gerne die passenden Handtücher dafür bekommen. Und wir machen heute zwei Packdeal sozusagen, statt zwei Handtücher gibt es für 25 €, beziehungsweise zwei große XXL Strandhandtücher, habe ich schon mal erwähnt, glaube ich, wahrscheinlich das größte Handtuch, was es in Sylt gibt. Zweimal 1 Meter gibt es zum Doppelpack für 50 €. Super Qualität und ja, tut auch was Gutes. Bio-Baumwolle, und außerdem kann man sich herrlich damit abpacken.
Ja, das ist das richtige Stichwort hier gerade. Bin ich gespannt, ob die genauso gut ankommen wie die Longboards. Da wurden ja echt einige noch verkauft, ne?
Da wurden einige verkauft und bin ich ganz froh drüber, und ich bin auch ganz froh drüber, dass ich auch vom Roten Kreuz gehört habe, dass sich bis jetzt keiner verletzt hat, Gott sei Dank. Und wer weiß, was uns am Wochenende hier noch erwartet, weil so ein paar Frauen habe ich ja noch.
Dann lass uns noch mal ganz kurz über die anderen Produkte und über die Marke Highfly vielleicht an sich sprechen. Gibt es ja schon deutlich länger. Letztes Jahr habt ihr hier den Relaunch gefeiert. Erzähl mal ein bisschen.
Genau, die Marke gibt es tatsächlich jetzt schon seit 45 Jahren. 1978 gegründet als traditionelle Windsurf-Marke. Mittlerweile seit 12 Jahren eigentlich vom Markt gefunden, und wir haben uns letztes Jahr gesagt, die Marke ist es wert, wieder belebt zu werden, und beleben sie jetzt als Marke. Sind wir ganz happy, dass wir als Testmarken des World Cup unterwegs sein dürfen. Wir Ware und das offizielle Event-Shirt anbieten. Und ja, ich kann nur sagen, dieser Lifestyle, den die Surfmarke von damals hatte, den versuchen wir jetzt hier zu bringen. Und das wird mal angenommen.
Das Ganze mit Pullovern, T-Shirts, wie gesagt, Skate, Longboards, Sonnenbrillen, Mützen. Wer letztendlich auf der Bühne gesehen hat, die letzten Tage, wird auf jeden Fall einiges davon schon gesehen haben. Und jetzt eben auch die Handtücher, wie gesagt, heute im Angebot.
Genau, heute im Angebot, und wir haben auch noch ganz tolle Ponchos. Tolles Produkt, muss ich sagen, von unserer Partnerfirma Götze aus dem Münsterland, also auch wirklich hochwertige Qualität.
Dann erstmal danke, Hinrich. Wie gesagt, Highfly-Stand südlich vom Eventzelt, so ungefähr 40, 50 Meter. Kommt gerne vorbei.
Absolut, vielen Dank.
Und wo wir gerade dran vorbeilaufen, heute kann man auch noch was Gutes fürs Gewissen tun. Typisierungsaktion, das Ganze nördlich vom Eventzelt. Wenn ihr die Antenne Sylt-Flaggen seht, dann seid ihr auf dem richtigen Weg.
Uhr 5 und nach wie vor sind wir hier in einer Wettkampfpause in doch nicht ganz optimalen Bedingungen geschuldet. Allerdings, wenn man aufs Wasser guckt, stellt man fest, die Windbedingungen haben sich jetzt in der letzten halben Stunde wieder verbessert. Was nicht ganz so schön ist, es hat einen 90 Grad Windfinger gegeben. Der Wind weht jetzt also wirklich genau platzaufwärtig. Das ist eigentlich die Richtung, wo die Windsurferinnen und Windsurfer zum Weltvereinigung am liebsten mögen. Aber immerhin, der Wind nimmt zu und dementsprechend sehen wir jetzt auch schon wieder Fahrerinnen und Fahrer auf dem Wasser beim Warm-up. Momentan noch keine ausreichenden Bedingungen, um in der Disziplin Weltvereinigung fortzufahren, aber die Tendenz geht nach oben. Dementsprechend können wir hoffen, dass wir vielleicht heute doch noch was zu sehen kriegen. Und das wäre dann auf jeden Fall gleich auch ein Kracher, denn der Nusslied auf dem Wasser ist das Finale bei den Damen. Die Damen hatten wir heute schon verpflückt. Gute Bedingungen bis ca. 14 Uhr, dann kamen die Ziele zu hoch, die Wellen sind nicht mehr richtig gebrochen, aber wir konnten die Elimination der Damen bis einschließlich der Halbfinale-Heats durchfahren und damit fehlen noch 2 Höhepunkte, das größte Finale auf Platz 1 und 2 und das kleine Finale auf Platz 3 und 4.
dein Stand ist, dann jetzt die Geschäftsführerin Birgit Beihäuser. Hi. Hallo. Erzähl mal ganz kurz gleich, was macht ihr genau als Luna? Alles auf die Uhr. Nach unserem Official Timekeeper Alpina Watches aktuell 18:03 Uhr. Eigentlich schon Partyzeit. Im Zelt ist ordentlich was los. Ingo, wir beide stehen hier aber noch am Wasser, gucken gerade raus. Ein bisschen was ist los, aber Wettkämpfe nicht.
Ja, wir sind auch durchaus nicht die Einzigen, die hier aufs Wasser gucken oder auf dem Wasser sind. In der Tat, es ist so genau an der Grenze, dass es richtig gut funktionieren könnte. Wir haben jetzt Auflanding Wind, also so West-Nordwest. Ich würde mal sagen so 15 bis 20 Knoten. Das sind so um und bei 5 Knoten zu wenig, als dass es richtig Spaß machen würde. Denn gerade bei genau Auflanding Wind, und das erleben wir ja jetzt, der Wind hat über den Tag um 90 Grad, da braucht man ein bisschen mehr. Und dementsprechend sind wir hier nach wie vor auf Standby. Einige Surferinnen und Surfer sind ja auf dem Wasser, versuchen es. Man sieht auch immer mal wieder vernünftige Sprünge oder Wellenritte, aber eben nicht in einer Konstanz, dass man sagen könnte, okay, hier kann man hervorragend einen Heat zeigen. Und deshalb tut sich die Wettfahrtleitung also hier schwer zu sagen, okay, wir probieren es. Man möchte die Mädels jetzt auch nicht für einen Finalversuch aufs Wasser schicken, wenn es denn relativ wahrscheinlich ist, dass es nicht klappt. Und dementsprechend sind die Mädels hier noch im Standby. Maria Behrens steht hier auch direkt am Noticeboard, so ein bisschen im Dialog mit ihren Kollegen. Ich schätze, da wird auch so ein bisschen gefachsimpelt, ob das denn noch was werden kann. Man muss auch sagen, die Alternative für Maria und ihre Konkurrentin wäre ja, dass es morgen früh gegen 7 Uhr vielleicht losgeht. Ich glaube, da ist das schönere Szenario, jetzt noch im Finale fahren und dann feiern zu gehen. Ich weiß nicht, wie Maria das sieht, oder ob die lieber morgen früh hier an den Start geht. Ja, die lacht sich schon tot. Und dementsprechend warten wir ja also ab, was die PWA entscheidet. Ein bisschen windiger und dann wird es funktionieren. Wir drücken die Daumen. Ansonsten sei gesagt, das Partyzelt, das legt auf jeden Fall los. Also alle diejenigen, die Lust auf einen erfrischenden Drink und ein bisschen gute Musik haben, sind herzlich eingeladen, schon ins Zelt zu kommen. Wir bleiben hier noch ein bisschen auf Standby mit der Hoffnung, noch einen großen Höhepunkt zu sehen. Es wäre das Finale im Wave-Riding bei den Damen. wie vor gebanntes Warten. Werden die Bedingungen noch ausreichen, um hier fortzufahren mit dem Finalist bei den Damen? Oder werden die Fahrerinnen in den durchaus auch wohlverdienten Feierabend geschickt? Attention competitors, there will be no more competition for today. Everybody's released. Attention competitors, there will be no more competition today. Jo, jetzt ist es also offiziell. Die Wettfahrtleitung hat sich entschieden und ich glaube, es ist die richtige Entscheidung. Da draußen, da hat sich nicht mehr wirklich was getan. Die Bedingungen haben sich nicht verbessert. Wir sehen es, diejenigen, die draußen sind, die stehen mindestens 50% der Zeit wirklich rum, kommen nicht ins Fahren und dementsprechend also jetzt die Entscheidung, das war es für heute. Also keine weiteren Wettkämpfe, das bedeutet für die Waverider zumindest morgen zu aufstehen, Party verschoben.
Ja, du hast vorhin schon gesagt, vielleicht um 7 Uhr das Winners Final nachgeholt. Ist ein bisschen schade jetzt so zum Schluss, aber trotzdem spannender Tag auf dem Wasser gewesen, ne?
Definitiv, das war ein toller Wettkampftag, womit glaube ich heute Morgen so gegen 10, 11 Uhr gar keiner gerechnet hätte, dass das nochmal so gut wird. Und dann ist der Wind auf Süd gedreht, hat ein bisschen zugenommen, es hat ein paar schöne Wellen gegeben und wir konnten ein paar richtig gute Wavefeeds fahren. Und dementsprechend war das ein toller Tag. Wäre natürlich schön gewesen, wenn man diese beiden Heats, das große und das kleine Finale, hätte auch noch einfahren können. Dann hätten die Mädels jetzt richtig was zu feiern gehabt und schon, ich glaube, feiern ist ein gutes Stichwort, oder?
Das ist absolut das richtige Stichwort. Im Partyzelt geht es ja schon seit 16 Minuten wieder los. Und wir haben auch Freitag, heißt zweites Wochenende hier vom Schauinslandreisen Windsurf World Cup Sylt, presented by Got2Be. Und da wird nochmal ordentlich gefeiert.
Da wird ordentlich gefeiert und das soll jetzt auch das weitere Motto des Abends sein. Wir machen hier am Strand Feierabend und wünschen euch viel Spaß. Bis morgen.